Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Hello? Oh, hello? Hello there? Stay with me. Stay with me. No, hey, get off there, they're mine. They're my higgledy-piggledies. You leave them alone, you. Hello, Leon. Been a while. It's been a while. How you doing, mate? I've seen you've been playing one of my favourite ever games. RimWorld. So you're popping up on my little Steam notifications the other day. I'm very well, thank you, mate. I love RimWorld. I should probably buy it again on PC, because I know you can mod it, the hell out of it on PC, but I've only got it on PS5. That game, it's so good. Back into my rolls now. I'm gonna have a little bite, just a little one. I'll have a little bite. Yeah, I mean the game's great anyway. But I imagine some of the mods can make it even better. Right, I don't know anything about this game. All I know is it's gone free on PS Plus today. And you bike around and you take photographs. And that looks like my kind of game. I was going to play Spider-Man 2, but I'm going to wait for that until I've finished Final Fantasy 13. Because if I start another big game, before I finish the big game, I'll end up doing what I used to do, just not finishing games. So, season, a letter to the future. Invert y-axis. Who are you?
Who are you? I don't know, but I'm writing to you anyway. Where are you? How far in the future? Where'd you find my journal? I may never know, but you can know me from what I put down on these pages. I come from a little village in the mountains. No one has left here since before I was born. But our lives changed overnight, just a few days ago when my best friend had a prophetic dream. A vision that the elder said means this season is going to end soon. The world is about to enter a new era. A great change is coming. Everyone was afraid. I was surrounded by questions and I began to feel how little I know. What is this season that is about to end, and why is it ending? What exactly is out there that could turn the world inside out? If there are still voices singing and laughing in the wilderness, I could record them before they're gone. I also thought of my dad, who always wanted to see the outside world but never did. So, I asked if I could leave. The elder had one condition for letting me go: that I take what I collect to the museum vault, a palace of art and memory at the edge of the earth. She says it's the only place safe from the turmoil of a changing season. I hope that's where you're reading this now. I can't stop the change that is coming, but this time on Earth could live on in these pages. What it looks like, sounds like, how it feels to be alive right now. I'm writing to you at the crack of dawn on the morning I leave home. I can smell breakfast cooking in the other room, and I can hear my mom's voice.
Index. Past seasons, a light to the future, a village in the mountains, Pate's dream. Pate's dream, maybe, or Pate. Season is going to end. Dad in the museum vault, the morning I leave home.
Three, 2, 1. Hooray! Mr. Lotto's here.
Hello, Mr. Lotto.
I'm tired. 3, 2, 1. Hooray! Mr. Lotto's here.
A catalogue of strangers, fearsome tales for blasé children. Catalogue of Strangers is an introduction to the more frightful aspects of this world. A reasonable amount of fear and fun makes for prudent children. I'm gonna ring the bell. Wasn't gonna, but I'm gonna. Thank you very much to Nordic Leon. Just to let you know, RimWorld is on sale on Steam. Subscribe for 2 months. Thank you, Leon, mate. I think I saw it. I think it came up on my wish list. It's like £22, right? I'm just skinned it. I can't afford any games at the moment. But like I say, I do have it on PlayStation. It's pretty good on PlayStation anyway. It's a massive time sink. I've got too much I've got to get out of the way first, but I've always said I'm going to go back to it one day because I used to play it a lot. Hey Nova. Alright, brother.
My bag and Dad's camera, ready for the great departure.
Hope you like him more than you would have liked a fish. Pate. First place in the Wandering Tale Festival. Heavy Rain, folded by Pate. Dad's portrait. Nightlife in the Plaza, 89. Not 801, but I presume it's 89. I went out for a climb. Be back this evening. The owl spreads her wings over prosperity. This bill is worth 10 poems. Well, I think that's it. Let's go see who's humming. Absorb the moment.
The last moment in this little house. There used to be 3 of us here. My mom and Dad and me. Soon it will be just her. Her and all these memories. But in this moment, everything is the same as ever. Until I shift my weight. The floorboards creak. Mom hears it and turns to me.
You're up. What are you doing standing there? Time to get going. It's gonna be a beautiful morning. I'm making progress.
Get the burner out. Cook breakfast. Make a pendant. Something out of that door.
I found the burner, camera, recorder, travel bag. Breakfast is in progress. Still gotta make a pendant. We haven't used this in so long. Good thing I saved the instructions. Just as you would use a shield to protect your body, an identity pendant protects your mind. Your thoughts, memories, everything that makes you, you. We don't wear them here in the village anymore. But if you're going into the outside world, I'll feel better when you've got a pendant shielding you.
Don't worry, Mom.
I will worry until you're gone, and then I'll have total confidence in you.
Good, Mom.
In times of war, a pendant can be used to identify a body. Let's skip that part.
Yeah, let's.
Objects have 2 layers, the physical and the mental. The pendant needs to absorb both. 1. Collect a sentimental object for each sense: sound, smell, feel, sight, taste.
To be fair, we have more senses than 5, but it's well, it's cool.
2. Feel the sense and speak aloud a memory of the object. 3. Feed the object into the burner. The memory will leave the speaker as it is transferred to the pendant. That means I'll forget the memory after I say it. It's supposed to be painless. At least.
I could do it, and I'll lose the memories instead.
No, you must remember everything. That's your role.
Tell you the memory after you lose it.
The pendant needs this little sacrifice. I want to be sure it works. Don't be afraid. A few memories is a small price to pay for knowing you'll be safe. Okay, so this old tape should work for our sense of sound. I remember. You and I fell asleep listening to this tape. Your dad came home. We all rested together until it got dark. What an odd feeling. Like an absence, disappearing. The empty space fills itself back in until I forget that I forgot anything at all. I'm glad I'm only losing a few memories. If I lost too many, I wouldn't even know who you are. You should pick the rest of the objects. I'll lose the memories, but you'll have them independent forever. So they should be important to you. They should be parts of your identity you want to be sure to protect. So think about what these items and what the memories would preserve about you. Let's do smell next. Find an object with a strong odor and that holds a piece of you.
Socks that I took off last night.
Granite, seaside, darkness. This speaks to how my mom loves me.
Smell though.
Honey, wax, baby, waves. I was loved by people I have no memory of.
That'll do. Scented candle.
What did you choose for smell?
Scented candle.
Let's breathe in deep. This kind of candle keeps someone alive for the time it takes to burn. Just a few hours when death is nearby. It can be enough for last rites, last words. This was Grandma's candle. She didn't want to use it. You spent a lot of time with her when you were a baby. I realized she wouldn't live long enough for you to remember her, or for her to see you grow up and discover what kind of person you'd be. So in a way, you don't know her, and she didn't know you. And yet, she loved you. I don't know where love goes, but it belongs to you anyway. Now touch.
Lucy!
Pick something with a texture you like.
The granite.
My hand in my own hand. This speaks to how my mom loves me.
So what did you end up choosing? Okay, put your hand in the hand. Oh, I remember it so well. It's not as bad now, but in the old days, not many children lived long enough to grow up. We believed if a child could make it to the age of 9, they'd be all right. This print was made of your hand when you turned 9. Your father and I couldn't believe we really had a healthy girl. An old deep fear inside of me finally went away. And we saw you would just keep growing and growing, that everything was going to be okay.
Okay, Mom?
I'm fine. Let's do sight next. Pick something that
Photo of Dad.
looks nice.
Both of you.
Mom and Dad before I was born. I was born in the glow of my parents' love.
So, what did you end up choosing? I remember. This was the night I told your dad I was pregnant with you.
Perfect.
There was a party in the plaza. I didn't have anything to drink, just water. He didn't wonder why. At the end of the night, I told him I was pregnant, and he was so happy and so surprised that he threw up.
What's left? Taste.
For taste, we can eat breakfast and feed some to the burner.
Sounds good.
The memory I'll lose is the one we're forming right now. I want you to have it forever. Standing here, you're having a last taste of home. Now you're protected by lost memories. A gem of home around your neck. This is my only condition for letting you go. You must promise me never to take the pendant off.
Promise.
And never tamper with it.
Okay, I promise. I'll try not to.
Okay? Then I'm okay with you leaving. I think your camera and bag are still in your room. It's time to gather them up.
Oh, won't you stay doing food and do just a little bit longer?
I've lost so much. How could the world ask me to lose you too? Look at us. There we are. There we were. We'll always be right here on this beautiful morning.
Love you, Mama. Inspiration available.
I just performed a ritual with my mom. The moment has passed, but I'll record it in these pages for you, for the future.
Square for keepsakes. Goodbye ritual. A final smile before I left home. Other things I put independent. Independent. I put it independent. So I'm leaving. I'm getting my independence. Huh? I can't come out of this. Oh, I have to select this. Oh, I'll choose where I can put it. Cool. After? Place enough keepsakes to unlock an inspiration. Oh.
I never knew when my mom would share a memory of Dad, while cooking, on a walk, with no warning. It knocked the wind out of me. Rituals take this grief and give it a shape and a story. Filling in this journal is a ritual too, but for a loss that hasn't hit us yet.
New stamps and conclusion unlocked. Edit. I want this a bit higher. Goodbye ritual decorations. Goodbye ritual quotes. The future will hear what I heard and see what I see. Perfect. Still got the camera and the tape deck. Oh, I thought I would go on top of that. So if I take that, if I put that down and take the bird up again. Oh wait, it will go on that. Kind of. Doesn't quite fit, but. Don't clutter the page, don't clutter the page.
I've brought tools to record the sights and sounds of this season. I'll start by recording the only place I've ever known.
Audio recorder triangle.
Public sleep music is a tradition of ours here. When the music
Or
ends,
village.
the village will begin to wake up.
I really fucking like this art style. It's beautiful.
We have plenty of fresh water here. I wonder if it's more scarce in the outside world. Last night there was a goodbye party here in the plaza. Everyone was so afraid for me. To understand that fear, to understand where I grew up, you have to know the man standing watch over the plaza, Dr. Fumio.
Alright, well, first let me get the sunset. Focus distance, change filter.
This is Dr. Fumio and his son. The statue isn't as old as it looks. The artist wore it down to give it a feeling of ancientness and the authority that comes with it.
Like a lot of us, wise beyond our years due to experience.
Dr. Fumio and his son founded Cairo back in 776. They live on through our traditions.
Dr. Fumio. Take pictures and record audio to find the answer. An instrument designed by Dr. Fumio. And there are 3 murals celebrating his work.
There are 3 murals celebrating Dr. Fumio's work.
We mark the day Dr. Fumio cured memory excess.
Remembering everything must be painful. Dr. Fumio brought peace to so many people here.
Okay, can I change the yeah, POV camera inversion, thank you. That's it, that's it.
I wish I could tell you more about this poster, but I never thought to ask what it means. Now we'll both never know what it means. Oh well.
We mark the day Dr. Fumio cured time misperception disorder in memory of Augusta Kyle or Ryle? Kyle.
The elder sought out Dr. Fumio to cure her mother, who was suffering from time misperception.
Is there something to read on this one too? Okay, just read what's written in it. No, internal thoughts. One more on. Oh!
A wish fell off the tree. I'm not supposed to read them,
Then don't.
but it might be good for you to have an example of one.
Leave it.
Some traditions should be kept
Yeah.
alive, even when no one's looking.
I agree.
Smells like an old man's toes dipped in cinnamon.
Okay. Oh, there's the machine.
I had to drink this gross potion last night. Like my pendant, it's supposed to protect my brain.
Goodbye, Caro. Fish in the sky.
Pate's little daydream of leaving this place, of seeing something weird.
Rest in peace, Dr. Fumio. Dream sickness dreams on. Perfect framing.
Dr. Fumio said the dream sickness was caused by something very powerful.
That wasn't
He
what I
wasn't
took.
able to cure it.
Okay, I've got to remember these Polaroids. They cut the image off a bit. Take it again. Okay, they don't. They just did on that first one for some reason. Hopscotch.
Caro Village is nice if you're a child or an old person. But for those of us in between, I need to leave. This is the cafe where my dad used to read his poems. He wrote one for me. Maybe he wrote it for you too.
Floral cures. Come learn medicinal plant recipes handed down from Dr. Fumio.
We learn to grow cures for maladies from the outside world, even though they seem to be long gone. It's just tradition.
Locked? Oh.
Pate loves fish,
Pate,
even though
right.
nobody here has ever seen one. This is a healing instrument created by Dr. Fumio. It draws on the pure mountain air. Dr. Fumio was an important person, but we also just have a need to put a human face on events that are beyond our control. He may have felt just as scared and helpless as everyone else.
Oh, we can scale them up and down, that's cool. Didn't realise that at the beginning.
I go fishing here with my best friend Pate, even though there's nothing to catch. We both appreciate the silence.
You want to bet there's nothing to catch? I found a fish. Catch that.
A village that was created as a place to heal. Is that where my instinct to try to help comes from? It's so strange to imagine I'll be shaped by places and people I haven't met yet. So strange to imagine that I might feel at home somewhere else.
can pick one at a time once he's mixing together.
Caro Village was founded during the modernity. Much later, Dr. Fumio arrived and remade it in his image. This flower means you're in my thoughts. The morning after the search was called off for Dad, our doorstep was covered in them.
Ah, can I use the keepsakes that are found in certain parts? I was going to put a flower on the dad's photo, but I don't know if I can do that. It'll be in here, right? Yeah, it's in here, look.
trip just as slow, reliable, and oddly satisfying as life itself in this little village.
Is it recording?
Yes.
Okay. How to leave home for my daughter. Find a sacred square of earth. Lay down so you have the dirt at your back. Close your eyes. Close everything. Do you see for yourself? You see for the dead, for the unborn. Do you listen for yourself? You listen for the dead, for the unborn. Your ancestors are in that dirt. All the living and all the dead are holding you up. Now, stand. They're still there, aren't they? It's time to move, to entangle yourself everywhere with everyone. So the next time you lay down in the dirt, you will have so much more to tell them.
I'm going to go here first. Then I saw the bike, so I thought, oh no, because we have to go on a bike, so we'll go there last. Then I saw over there, it looks like we've got to make my bike, so we'll go here first.
Pate fixed up 3 bikes instead of 1.
Oh, wait. Take another moment here. From. Check out Pate's shack.
These bikes were used by messengers a long, long time ago.
I choose yellow for the sunlight and the sunflower. Okay, that was weird. Went the wrong way. Okay, it's because I was facing the camera. The world of potential. I'll just stop the light, just press circle, we'll be okay. Lovely title drop. Nice haptic feedback on the joypad as well. A little rumbling as I go over the cobbles. As well, but can't get in. Damn Polaroids.
Most of what I've seen from the outside world probably arrived in a cart like this.
Oh, a bell! Fuck yes. Let's do an endo. Yes, I can do endos. Azen Islands postcard. Why not traipse around the Azen Islands? Or the Azen Islands? I feel like I'm walking tipsy on the edge of the earth. We're skipping from island to island, the way a stone skips along the surface of the water, leaving little ripples like a kiss or two. Oh, I don't know. I just miss you today. And today. And today. Kiss kiss, you know who. Tomiko Ardvius of the Prismatic Grounds. Maybe we can deliver these. Tiang Valley postcard. Greetings from Tiang Valley. Hey, guess where I am? I hope you looked at this side first. I had to pay my respects to the birthplace of Monchez. Or Monche. There's a lot of tourists, but also a weird feeling to the place. It would take me more than a postcard to explain. Take care, Aldo. To Calio. Radiant City Apartments. Don't bother trying to visit Caro Village. It simply isn't that kind of location. This village was very hard to find, but if you really need it, somehow you make your way there. I just wanted to let you know that I'm staying here for good. This season can only meet at a violent end. It's too bright, too chibi. Stay safe. From Conway. Should I be taking these? Maybe we can deliver them.
I can see in these letters that the outside world has extremes, of beauty and tragedy, beyond anything I've known. The irony of Cairo is that it's a closed-off place on the outskirts of a busy trading hub. A postal hub we hardly used is practically on our doorstep.
It's got no address on it, but it's not mine. I shouldn't look. I mean, it's got nobody. It's addressed to nobody, so nobody's ever going to open it. Dear Esdale, I'll be surprised if this letter reaches you. The war has become like a deranged sleeper thrashing in bed, eyes closed tight. I've noticed how the soldiers strip people of their clothes first. A smaller degradation which permits everything that follows. I wish I had loved you more completely when the world allowed it. Odal. Well, that means let? Yet? Love. Love Odal. I'm taking it.
You were right. The letter never made it. The season before this one, the war, seems so horrible.
Dear Cornelius, I've thought it over and I have to tell you, the name you picked for our baby, it is terrible. Please do not go forward with it. I pray this letter reaches you in time. Yours, Darino.
That poor baby.
Please get this letter to Dr. Fumio. I am suffering from memory excess but cannot travel to the village for treatment. I was praying you could instruct me by mail how to cure myself of this disease. I am unable to forget. Now I realize how important it is to gain open space in the mind. Tell me what to do. Tell me how to forget. Please get this letter to Dr. Fumio.
Before setting up in Cairo village, Dr. Fumio roamed the land curing people. It must have been hard when he wasn't around anymore, especially for people who couldn't travel to the village.
Fabric 5, herbal tea 20, dried flour 1 box, roots 10, year 704. The trade routes are cut off. Cairo is going to feel ever smaller now. Why did that one have a padlock on it again? That's twice now I've seen ones with padlocks. Sketch it.
In the village, these cranes look like little creatures, grazing. I had no idea how huge they are. I wish humans had evolved to sing instead of talk.
What is an habit? You get to it. Got destination. Destination unknown. think to take a photo of this cable car. Maybe record the creaking sound. I'm getting a rumble for the creaking sound. That's cool. There it is. Should be able to fill up our inspiration page for this place now. Plenty of Keepersarcus. Oh, we can't put the sketch of the brains up.
I feel nourished in these sights by the unfamiliarity of it all. These means of connection, long in disuse, are certainly telling me something about the world. Will they be used again in the next season?
This season means generation. For her. Hey Alpha, how you doing, man? I presume that's Alpha. I'm almost certain that's Alpha. Alpha. How you doing today, man? Oh, there's the sketch. Stay away, man. Stay away, it's easy. Just turn the internet off. Well, not the internet fully, but I managed to get to Resi 8, Resi 7, spoiler free years later. Didn't see a single fucking thing. Stay away from all gaming subreddits. until Mila Jovovich. 26th. Ah. When's Mila?
A crane to move materials around. The things that used to be possible.
Cody! Oh, it's a movie, right? I thought it was another series.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh yeah. She's been in something else recently, right?
We learned about old technology
Is
in
it
school, but
Terminator
not much
related or
about animals.
Star Wars related maybe?
What are these strange goat-like creatures? Are they simply goats? My first time petting an animal. I think it went pretty well. I cycled through landscapes, seeing them for the first and last time.
It got a bit late
I
and
had no
thought,
idea when I left my
Hang on.
home how the season would end, or more importantly, how soon.
I think I want to finish Final Fantasy 13 before starting because they're both quite big games. I don't really want to be playing two big games at the same time. Plus, I've still got to go back and finish Watch Dogs as well, really. I might do
On a
both. I might finish
cold,
Watch
damp
Dogs as well.
day, I feel true loneliness for the first time.
Downloaded
Nobody
it,
could have described with words how big this world is,
but you never know.
how it goes and goes. I passed through it, where others passed before me.
I thought I might change the season by changing the landscape, cut these down like trees, but that's not how a season changes.
This person wanted the season to change. Why? The blades turn, but I bet they don't generate any power. Probably just swirling the air around.
Killing birds.
This structure dominates the landscape but wasn't made for it. It's for passing through, for moving elsewhere. They wanted the season to change because they were so alone. Time seems to pass differently around here. I feel so heavy and so light at the same time. I'm not really alone. I'm with myself. I'm with the earth. One melody is like me out here alone. I have a feeling they use these music boxes to fall asleep. They kept themselves company with music. Two voices is like me and my mom.
for wind them all up at the same time.
3 voices as complex as life is supposed to be. I could listen forever.
Quick. Brum bum 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 brum bum 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 brum bum 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 brum bum 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 brum bum bum.
They used the walls like I use my journal.
Brum bum 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 bum. I met a driver from a group that's building a community. I'm leaving with him. Goodbye to this lonesome place. Goodbye to this lonesome season. Distant, benevolent, charismatic.
Looks like they made it out of here. But what is this group?
Should have all those letters. One of them was for Tiang Valley. I'm going to go all the way back and get it. That's 11 already. So, seems we're entering a new area.
In the empty places, I found companionship in the tapes I recorded before leaving home. The elder told me the story of her life. I listened back to it, ready to note down anything that seemed important.
Let's set the scene for the listener. Whoever that might be.
Me?
This is the elder speaking. We're sitting in the plaza, saying goodbye to a dear soul. We're here to see if there's anything useful in my mind that could help you on your trip. A century's worth of memories, dreams, fantasies, visions. Like a big, old, haunted library. When I die, this library will burn down. But which book should we check out first? I don't have all the answers, but I do feel the story of my life could help you understand what kind of world is out there.
Do you have any other advice for my trip?
It's okay not to understand everything right away. The moment may pass before you've gotten a firm hold on it. But as long as you're there to witness it, to take it down in your journal, you and others to come will someday take the time to make sense of it all.
How exactly can this story help me?
I heard, somebody told me, you want to capture what it's like to be alive during this season? For the future? And you want to understand why and how the season is going to end. The season of my youth is long gone. But I can tell you what that season was like and what I know about how it ended.
What's your real name?
Francis Cale, if you must know.
Oh. The name from the mural.
You can call me Frank. Or Elder. Or the Elder. Or Elder Frank. You know, whatever. I don't care.
Where were you born, Elder Frank?
I was born on the ocean. My mother and father worked on a cruise ship. The short-lived but glorious watery republics. Floating cities. Most won their independence by the time I was born. How can I describe them? They were a jewel of the golden season. Pleasure boats with a radical political program. How nice. The golden age was a time of flags, logos, mottos, mastheads. My mom taught me to read them. She was a ship's philosopher. My dad was a recycling engineer. Recycling on the ship was a matter of life and death. We had to get the most out of every object and watt of energy.
Tell me about your mom.
These symbols and gestures were layered with meaning. There are signals in the way you might move your hands or close your eyes. Her job was to manage the symbols and their meanings. She designed the ship's flag, for example. Let me draw it for you.
Please do.
After the war, people were disgusted with groups and symbols. Keep an eye out on your trip. I bet you won't see a signal flag flying. Her name was Augusta Cale.
What's it like growing up there?
I loved the way the ship would tilt and roll with the waves, especially as I fell asleep. It was so comforting. Picture me as a kid in bed, feeling the swaying of the ship. It was like being rocked to sleep as a baby. I loved exploring the ship too, wandering through the suites, the swimming pool, the game rooms, and oh, there were 2 dance halls, a large, elegant one and another one in the basement.
I've seen Titanic.
A lot of my firsts were down there. My first dance, my first kiss,
First sugar.
and so forth.
Yeah, say no more. Say less, say less. Why did you leave, Elder Frank?
Our ship was taken over in the early days of the war. That was the end of the watery republics. I heard the dance hall in the basement became a weapons cache.
Jesus.
Took me half my life to say goodbye to the world I knew in my youth. Imagine me and my parents and everyone I knew being escorted off the ship by a company of soldiers. And I'm thinking, I hope they don't make a mess of my room. I was embarrassed by the younger kids who were crying their eyes out, but they knew, I guess.
What did you think was happening?
Even as things got bad, I couldn't imagine the changes were permanent. It's easy now to look back and say the internationalism of the golden season was violently breaking down. You can be naive about all kinds of things, but not war. Most of my life has been spent in isolated communities, and the one moment I was in the wild world, you couldn't pick a more chaotic time. And we had been warned the season was going to end. Oh, but we didn't understand the warning. You see, one night, along a coastline, we saw beautiful lights shimmering above the water. Later, we found out this was an ancient warning system. It hadn't been used in so long. We didn't know what it meant. We just thought, well, ain't that pretty? We tried to stick together and camped out on the coast of the prismatic grounds.
How did you feel?
I thought it was all temporary. I couldn't see how things would return to normal, but I was sure they would. Aside from that delusion, I was okay. Are you sure you want me to keep going?
Mm-hmm.
The story gets darker from here on.
They usually do.
Okay, so conditions in the camp were getting worse. My mom got lost in thought for long periods of time. She'd be completely still for hours, days even. We realized she caught
The thingy disease, what is it, the memory disease or whatever.
well, now we call it time misperception
okay, that
disorder. It's when you lose your ability to tell how much time is passing. A minute can feel like an hour. A day can pass in 10 seconds.
How did she catch that?
We don't know exactly. Our consciousness is delicate. There are minerals and sounds that can adjust it. Dr. Fumio's greatest fear was that someone would use this as a weapon. We heard about a traveling doctor who could cure these kinds of diseases. I decided to go find him. I found out his name was Dr. Fumio, and he traveled with his son Lucio.
Yeah, lone wolf and cub.
People talked about him like he was a god.
Well, lone wolf and cub. And what happened when you found them?
I described my mom's condition to Dr. Fumio. He said there was no cure yet, but there was a village high in the mountains.
Haro.
He thought it was high enough he'd have a better chance at treatment. Lower places are more dangerous. Valleys are the worst. He invited me to join them in going to the village.
Peaks and troughs, metaphorical.
But I wanted to go back and get my parents and bring them with me.
Village high in the mountains, you mean here, Karo?
Yes, our Caro village. People thought it had been destroyed, or was a myth, but Lucio had a vision which showed us how to get here. I packed my things and got ready to leave the next morning. That night, my mom came to me in a dream. She was standing in a field of flowers. I'd grown since I last saw her. We were the same height. She pressed a finger hard into my palm. She taught me well. I knew the meaning of the gesture. I knew no matter what I did, I'd never see my parents again. In the morning, I told Dr. Fumio I would follow him to Caro village. The next few weeks were very physically tiring, hiking, climbing. And when we found the village, building, planting, cleaning, Fumio brought sick people from all over the world, and they got better. The treatments worked. Everyone was healing. So why couldn't I? One day, we got word the war was over. We never found out how it ended. It was like peace just swept over the earth in a split second. There was a party in the plaza to celebrate the end of the war, but I couldn't bring myself to go. Yes, it was over, but it had taken my home, my family. That night, as I was falling asleep, I felt the bed tilt and sway gently, as if it was being tossed on the waves of the ocean, as if I was back in my bedroom on the ship, as if I was back in my mother's arms, being rocked gently to sleep. I knew I was finally home, and nothing could hurt me.
Right. I need to pee, make a cup of tea. Yep.
I imagine coming upon a place as hidden and singular as my own village. Eventually, I found myself circling a valley, looking for a way in.
And then I was going to play Neva as well. Is it Neva? What's it called again? Yeah, Neva. But I think I might leave that. Let's go straight to Crimewatch. Presume that just saved. Save and exit. Beautiful. Right, I'll be back in a second. Well, a minute. Kingtons. Can you stop turning me? Yeah, I feel like 2 hours on that. I don't really want to play this for 1 hour. So we'll probably... I think it's about 4 hours each. I'll probably finish that tomorrow and then start Neva. Accolades trailer.
Neva.
New gold standard. True work of art. 5 out of 5. Devastatingly beautiful. One of the most heartfelt stories of the generation. So perfect it made me cry. I think Chris made me cry. A masterpiece, 95 out of 100. Spectacular example of art and motion, 9 out of 10. Stunning, 9 out of 10. Immediately play this game, 10 out of 10. Dazzlingly dreamy adventure, 9 out of 10. Poignant reflection, 9 out of 10. Plenty of art, 4 out of 5. Picturesque platform perfection, profoundly moving. A contender for a Game of the Year slot. Simply breathtaking. It looks gorgeous. We'll save that one, we'll save that one. Neva. Beautiful. Big up PS Plus this month, man. What a month. Plus we've got that I haven't tried yet, that I haven't tried yet, this I haven't tried yet, Ultros. This looks pretty good. It's going to kind of be like Hollow Knight, but the art style appeals to me a lot more. I love the use of colour in this. You very rarely see games this colourful. Maybe some people might think it's too much. And then we've got Test Drive Unlimited, which I presume I can use my wheel with. I presume so, because you could on the first test drive on PS3 that I played. These two Monster Hunter games, but I think these are like turn-based. Also a bit too cutesy. I'm not a fan. And this has got good reviews. Well, decent reviews. I don't really know what it is. I think it's like a Souls-like. Got a Quiet Place from last month that I've not played yet, and Expeditions that I've not played yet, and Mirage that I've not played yet. So there's tons, and I've downloaded already. Last of Us 2 I want to play. So there's tons of PS Plus stuff I've got to get through. It's gonna be a busy month. Busy month, mate. Boo. Crimewatch. Where were we? 86. September update. October. Halloween 86. Desktop audio. Digga-dum-dum. Digga-dum-dum. Bum-bum. Digga-dum-dum.
Hello and welcome to the programme where you really might be able to do
Thank you,
something
Sue.
to help stop
New
crime.
necklace.
The detectives behind me are
Hair behind the
investigating the
ears this
cases we're
month.
covering tonight. There are BBC researchers if you prefer to speak to them. And of course, your call will, if you wish, be completely confidential.
Anonymous.
Almost 2,000 viewers rang in after last month's programme. 70 of those calls were about the murder of Diane Sendell, a florist from Seacombe on the Wirral. On the 1st of August, Diane's van ran out of
was the
petrol
one where
in the
the guy got
centre of Birkenhead, and her body
convicted.
was found nearby next
Wrongly
morning.
convicted for
On
38
Tuesday, a
years.
29-year-old man from Birkenhead was remanded in custody, charged with Diane's murder.
Yeah, shame on
And
you.
250 people called us about this picture. It's thought to be the face of the man who killed Alison Day in East London, Marty Tamboza, a Dutch schoolgirl, and Anne Locke, a television secretary. Detectives say they were delighted that so many viewers tried to help. They've eliminated about 50 leads on who the impression might be, but there are many more to go yet.
You may recall last month's reconstruction of the murder of Che Keng Hong, a Chinese restaurateur. He was murdered in his home in Holloway, and luncheon vouchers like these were among things that were stolen. Well, a viewer called and led police
That
to
was
where he'd seen a
unsolved.
pile of vouchers on the night of the murder outside Drayton Park Station in London. It was a Monday night in August and only half a mile from the murder scene. Now, if you were at Drayton Park Station or using these phone boxes, the night was Monday, August the 11th, especially if you saw the vouchers. Please do call us. Don't worry if you picked the vouchers up and took them home. The police aren't remotely interested in that. They want to catch a murderer. So here's the number. If there's any way that you think you can help, please call 01 811 8055.
And also last month, we asked for your help to solve a series of burglaries at museums across Yorkshire and the Midlands. Police needed to trace the valuable silver stolen from there and from this house in Downham Market in Norfolk, where the owner has now been robbed twice. Well, we had possible sightings of the silver in markets all over the country, and even one person who thinks they saw a missing chain in San Francisco. Those are all being checked out, and of course we will report back.
And 1 year on, a result from Crimewatch last October. This man robbing building societies in North London turned out to be a 31-year-old decorator from Finsbury Park. He was recognised by a viewer, and within 24 hours of the programme, he'd been arrested and charged with 7 robberies and a burglary. He's now begun a jail sentence of 6 years.
Incidentally, people always wonder what the difference is between robbery and burglary. Well, burglary simply means trespassing or breaking into premises to commit an offence, like stealing, and robbery is actually stealing from somebody while threatening them or using force. So now you know.
Thank you, Sue.
Now to the first of this month's reconstructions. It's a crime that's been in the news again tonight. It was a week ago that Karen Hadaway and Nicola Fellows went missing. At about this time, search parties were setting out to look for them. Sussex police have helped us, with the family's consent, to reconstruct what's known so far. It may be that their killer was a local man, perhaps he even knew the girls, but he could have come from anywhere at all. What's not in doubt is that last Thursday he was in Brighton.
Actually, I don't remember this one.
The Moulscombe estate lies across the A27 Brighton to Lewes Road. Just opposite is Wild Park. This is where last Friday afternoon 2 local teenagers had come to search the undergrowth in response to police appeals for help. and this is where they found the bodies of the two girls in a play den deep inside the undergrowth.
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The information from the public continues to flow in.
It's now day 5 of the inquiry.
Team again today. We seem to be increasing it almost daily now.
This is the largest investigation in Sussex since the Brighton bombing. Already 10,000 people have been interviewed and 4,000 homes have been visited.
A number of new sightings of the two girls, up until about 6:30 p.m. Unfortunately, we still have not got a sighting of these girls going into that park.
Newick Road, East Moulscombe. At 5 last Thursday afternoon, the girls were playing with a group of friends outside a neighbour's house. Soon after, they made their way from Newick Road here across the A27 to Wild Park. A park policeman clearly remembers seeing them, even though the girls were forbidden to come here by their parents.
5:15 last Thursday, I was walking through the park. I saw two girls under the tree, swinging on the tree. I approached them and told them, asked them what they was doing up there. Now come on, what are you doing up there? Fall down and hurt yourself.
That was 5:15, and this is the last precise timing police have. Sometime in the next half hour, the girls crossed back over the main A27. At roughly 5:45, they were outside the fish and chip shop in Barkham Road. Next, they were seen going down the subway that leads back to the Wild Park side of the road. It was now 6 to 6:15.
Anyway, you're going to the Wild Park.
Egg! What kind of graffiti is that, man?
From the subway, they must have headed up Colddean Lane towards another fish and chip shop. This girl, 16-year-old Tracy Cox, is the next witness. She noticed the girls, whom she knew, outside the shop, and as she left, she spoke to them. Tracy then walked with them back over the main road and into the estate. Police are anxious to establish precise timings. The three girls passed the playground near Barkham Place. Could you have seen them there? Nicola, with the dark hair, was wearing a very bright pink sweatshirt. With the dark girls past the play.
How fucking dangerous these things are. These old school climbing frames. Fall off that crunky head on that. To be fair, at least they got grass. A lot of these were just had concrete below them in the 80s. We used to have a thing called the fucking witch's hat. UK playgrounds. And they had to get taken down because they were fucking dangerous as fuck. These fucking things. I mean, I don't know when that is. Ours had to be taken down. Because people kept coming off it, cracking their heads open. Like that. Fucking state of that. It spun around, but also went up and down. She'd get on it, and the older lads would come down, obviously, and they'd fucking spin it like crazy. And you'd just go flying off it, fucking smack your head on a bin or just on the concrete, graze all your fucking arms and legs up. They were wild dangerous, these things. I thought they'd been banned. The Witch's Hat. Daring to play the controversial legacy of banned 1970s playgrounds. Equipment.
playground near Barkham Place. Could you have seen them there? Nicola, with the dark hair, was wearing a very bright pink sweatshirt.
Isn't it about time you two are going home now?
Yeah, we are.
Tracy says she left them near the end of Ringmer Road, not far from where they lived.
Tracy! Bye!
By now, it was getting dark, and both girls' parents had been looking for them. This girl, Michelle Tippett, was coming down Barkham Road after delivering papers on the estate.
Right, where are you going?
Oh, we're going to Wild Park.
All right, you better tell your mum first.
No.
Michelle met them at roughly 6:25.
Come on, Karen. 1 minute. Karen, come on. Right.
I'll see you later.
Bye.
After that, they crossed the road again, and at about 6:30, they were seen outside the entrance to the park.
My Karen wouldn't go off with any strangers. Had to be somebody that Nicola and Karen both knew, both trusted. And it's very important for everybody, not just necessarily people on this estate, but on all the estates in Brighton. If you know something, no matter how small it seems to you, to the police, it's very important. Just get in touch with them. Ring them anonymously, you know, if you must do. Anything, no matter how small, please just get in touch with them. Because it could save the life of somebody else's child.
John McConnell, there can't be many more distressing crimes you've had to investigate.
No, this was a particularly horrific offence of murder committed against two children of tender years, and both were indecently assaulted just prior to their death. I'm therefore appealing to anybody that saw these two girls in the Wild Park or Molescombe Combe area after 5 p.m. on Thursday last, the 9th of October. I'm also appealing for anybody who was in the Wild Park area or Molescombe area of Brighton during that period and who have not yet come and seen us and told us what they were doing.
Now, you announced today that 2 young men were seen running away from that park. That was about 7 o'clock, 7:30 that evening.
Unlikely.
Yes, there were 2 youths seen by 2 separate people coming away from the Wild Park area at approximately 7:30 p.m. last Thursday, the 9th of October, and we're very anxious to get them to come forward so that they can be eliminated from the inquiry.
Now, they might be completely innocent, of course, just running away, larking around.
Likely.
They might have been late for something, and they might be a little reluctant after all this publicity to come forward, thinking, oh, we're going to be in for some pretty tough questioning.
Yes, that's quite true, but it's essential that they do come forward so that we can eliminate them and then get on with looking at other people who might be more significant in the inquiry.
Obviously, it's going to waste hundreds of man-hours if they don't come forward voluntarily as well.
Yes, we've had a very big team of officers on this inquiry, and of course we're anxious to use their resources in the best way possible.
Now, there was an appeal some time ago about a man who'd been cruising in, I think it was a blue car, a couple of weeks before this incident, and it was thought that he might have been trying to solicit small girls.
Yes, that's true. We've been trying to establish...
Maybe lead with that instead of 2 young lads running off. It's highly unlikely it's going to be more than one person.
To inveigle a young girl into his car, which was a blue car, and as yet we haven't traced this man. He was said to be approximately 25 years of age. He had ginger hair, and of course we are again very anxious to trace him, so that again perhaps he can be eliminated from the inquiry also.
Well, please remember, if you can help in any way, it might be that someone's moved in to you near where you live, who you think might have been in Brighton
near
at the
where
time.
you
It
live.
might have been some... Now to the first of this month's reconstructions. It's a crime that's been in the news again tonight. It was a week ago that Karen Hadaway and Nicola Fellows went missing. At about this time, search parties were setting out to look for them. Sussex police have helped us with the family's consent.
The Babes in the Wood
reconstruct
murders.
What's known so far. It may be that their killer was a local man. Here it is, 018...
The perpetrator, 20-year-old local roofer, Russell Bishop, was initially tried and acquitted in 1987. The case remained open until 10th of December 2018, when Bishop was found guilty of the murders in a second trial. In April 2024, Sussex police formally apologised for failings in the original investigation and for the wrongful arrest of Barry Fallows, Nicola's father, in a connected investigation in 2009. So they fucked this one up as well. On the day they went out to play, the same day, 20-year-old Russell Bishop had gone to Fallows' house. Barry Fallows was Nicola's father, even though they've got a different... Oh no, Nicola Fallows. Is that what I typed in? Oh yeah, Nicola Fallows. Okay, right. So he'd been to the girl on the right's house to speak to a lodger who lived there. Fallows had told Bishop to go away and called his teenage girlfriend Jennifer Johnson a slag. What's the fucking point in that bit of information? When seen by a 14-year-old acquaintance near a parade of shops in a Lewes Road area, the girls were told to blah, 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 go home, yeah. Bishop fell under suspicion due to his close involvement in the search. When the girls' bodies were found, Bishop was close by and ran towards the scene with several police constables, later claiming he had felt the girls' necks for a pulse after finding them dead, most likely to explain any potential exchange of trace evidence. However, one of the constables recalled that Bishop did not get close enough even to see the bodies properly. Bishop's account of his movements was littered with inconsistencies. He told detectives that on the evening in question, he had gone to Mulscombe because he intended to steal a car from the nearby University of Sussex campus. He claimed he had gone to a newsagent to buy a newspaper but realised he had no money. He also told detectives he planned to see Johnson that evening but failed to turn up because he bought some cannabis and went home instead. He seemed to tailor his story to fit the evidence. Owing to these inconsistencies, Bishop was arrested on suspicion of murder on the 31st of October, which would have been a few days after this because these were on the last Thursday of the month. So that would be no less than 7 days later-ish. No more, than 7 days later. Despite his arrest and notoriety, Bishop was acquitted on both rape and murder charges after 2 hours of deliberation by the jury. Later sold his story as a wrongfully accused person to the News of the World for 15 grand. It's a lot of money then. About 50 grand. Today's money. The acquittal was later attributed to a series of blunders on the part of Sussex Police and the forensic investigation team. The pathologist and forensic scientist failed to record the temperature of the bodies and therefore could not accurately state the time of death. At the trial, the prosecution suggested the girls were killed between 6:15 and 6:30. However, witnesses stated they saw the girls alive at 6:30. Without scientific evidence to support their timeline, the prosecution could not challenge Bishop's alibi. Though the girls were fatally strangled, neither measurements of hand marks around their necks nor fingerprints left by the perpetrator were taken. Forensic scientists did not analyse blood discovered on Hadaway's underwear. A key piece of the prosecution's case rested on the recovery of a blue Pinto brand sweatshirt. The top was found close to the railway line of Mulscombe Station. Police believe Bishop had discarded the top after attacking and killing the girls and were confident the clothing held a cache of forensic clues. However, they did not properly preserve the evidence, allowing Bishop's defence team to cast doubt on the reliability of the material. At his trial, he denied the sweatshirt was his, but Johnson alleged the clothing was. Later convicted of a similar attack on a Whitehall girl in March 1990, so 4 years later, found guilty of kidnapping, molestation and attempted murder of a 7-year-old, and was sentenced to at least 14 years. Double jeopardy rules enforced at the time of the original trial had seemed to eliminate any possibility that Bishop might eventually face a new trial, but new legislation in 2005 meant a criminal could face a new trial for a crime if substantial new evidence came to light. In 2006, they decided there was not enough evidence for him to face a second trial. They got a new forensics team in, recovered a 1,000,000,000 to 1 DNA match linking Bishop to the discarded sweatshirt. And a taping from Hadaway's left forearm was found to contain Bishop's DNA. Then we just got improvements in DNA technology. Bishop suggested that Fallow's father, Barry, was to blame, telling the jury the police spent 32 years building the case against the wrong man. Bishop's girlfriend was found guilty of perjury and perverting the course of justice after she admitted lying about a sweatshirt. Alleged links to the Margaret Frame case. What's his name? Russell Bishop. Does he have ginger hair? No images of him. Is that him? That's him. Oh, that's him 30 years later. There he is. I guess that's him when he was younger. So they got him, but it took him fucking 2018 from 87. 31 fucking years. Jesus. I mean, at least he was in jail for 14 of that, but that attack wouldn't have happened, obviously, if they hadn't fucked up the original investigation. Not that attack, where's the other one? Somewhere there. Alright.
8055 01811 8055, or you can call the incident room in Brighton directly, 0273 606 744. That's 0273 606 744.
Well, now the incident desk. This month we have news from one of last month's appeals, the body in Ashdown Forest, and new appeals from Staffordshire on literally hundreds of thefts of porcelain, and from Darlington, a hit-and-run accident which killed a young man. Here are Constable Helen Phelps and Superintendent
David Hatcher.
First, two significant developments in the inquiry to identify the body of a woman found in the Ashdown Forest in August. Last month we showed you these curtains which were wrapped around the dismembered remains. We now know that these floral patterned ones are among just 250 which were sold through a mail order catalogue from Empire Stores in Bradford. They were on sale in 1982, and we'd now like to know who bought them. The second curtain, this blue acrylic one, was recognised by a Crimewatch viewer. She actually remembered the stitching.
I think we used to have an Empire catalogue, archive.org. Can you actually look at old catalogues? Has anybody... I don't know if all young lads used to do this, but I know me and all my mates did. You know what? Let's just go with K's catalogue 1990. What do you mean, K's catalogue? From 2005? Oh, come on, man. Where like the 90s? 1998. 99. I wasn't doing by 98. I mean, I had access to porno mags by then. But I used to always take their catalogue up into your bedroom. I'm just going to look at the toys, the computer games and things. Bang, straight to the lingerie pages. Classic. early FAP material.
She'd done herself on the hem. She sold them a year ago at a car boot sale somewhere near East Grinstead to a small woman in her 30s. Now that woman might be the murder victim, so we desperately need to know where the curtains have been since. It's quite possible that the woman was never reported missing, so please think, particularly in the southeast and since the end of August, do you know of anyone who's gone missing and fits this description? She's white, 5'3", medium build, and she was probably a mother, aged between 20 and 40.
Next, a fatal hit and run in Darlington. Gary Britton, aged 19, was found dead in Brinkburn Road in the early hours of Saturday, 13th of September. Gary had spent the previous evening at Rumours nightclub. He left the club at 2 a.m.
Pretty sure you can show this. Remembering the lingerie pages of the catalogues of yesteryear. Anyone remember looking at the lingerie pages of the catalogues in the early days, discovering the pleasures of masturbation? Oh, yeah, hell yeah, sandwich between the shoes and the sleepwear. Oh yeah, spent many an hour wanking off over them. Yeah, Mum's catalogue always fell open at those pages. The hint of a nipple or pubes through the lace was enough. Yeah, got caught wanking off over them. Yeah, the next directory lingerie section was a bit. Next directory one, not a bad one. True story, walked in on my brother whacking one out and sniffing the pages because his school friends convinced him you could smell the fannies. Hey. How old was he? 14, daft cunt. We did used to have Scratch and Sniff comics and that, magazines when we were a kid. I remember them. Scratch and Sniff were wild. Scratch and Sniff 80s. Yeah, these fucking things. Scratch and Sniff things. Scratch them and they'd release like an odour, obviously. But once in the catalogues, on the fannies, I'd forgotten the summer beachwear bonus. Yeah, the summer catalogues also had the bikinis as well. Much too easy these days. Half the battle and the fun we had was sneaking magazines into the house and also secreting them into school to swap with your mates. Fucking damn right, man. Fucking brilliant. The shadow of dark pubes through lace still works for me. Just smiles. Must be younger than me. Was this John Noble catalogue? Love this. Wonder if the smell of catalogue still has an effect. Just smells of old stale cum now. My sexual awakening. I can't imagine how many times I came over lingerie models and catalogues. There we go. K's. Got to mention. Oh yes. I was locked away in the bathroom with a K's catalogue. Fucking brilliant. In the 90s, people used to have Ann Summers parties. And if you were lucky, one of the lads had got one of them that his mum or his older sister had left lying around. The Ann Summers stuff was right more risque.
And was driven by friends to Major Street. They dropped him off and then left him walking up towards Brinkburn Road. The time was about 2:15 a.m. 15 minutes later, Gary was found dead in Brinkburn Road near the junction with Major Street. He had suffered severe head injuries. Forensic evidence shows that he was killed by a car or van.
Sorry, mate, I didn't see that chat come in.
Red or maroon.
Interesting topic, yeah. I don't know how old you are, but back then, like, as a kid, like, we didn't have no internet, obviously. No rude stuff on TV, really. So it was hard work to get stuff, like, You'd either have to go down the park and hope you found a bit of a magazine that somebody chucked away in a bush that was piss wet through with rain, and like try and peel the pages open and dry it off with a hairdryer or something, or just leave it out in the sun. Or you'd have to know a mate who had a video maybe, and you'd just pass that around, all the lads at school. But the best one, like the easiest one, was get the catalogue, because the catalogue's in every fucking UK household. And there'd be a good like 20 or 30 pages in there of like of models modelling lingerie, and that was enough back then. That was enough when you're 12, 13, 14.
He was already lying in the road. How he came to be
Hope
there
you're
is still
Dippy.
a mystery. Now, there are several people who can help. A woman has already rung police and said that she actually saw Gary Britton being run over. We'd like that woman to ring us now, in confidence. And we'd like to hear from a young woman in her late teens or early 20s who was seen running along Willow Road, which runs parallel with Brinkburn Road at about the time of Gary's death. And finally, of course, anyone who was in Brinkburn Road between 2:15 and 2:30 a.m. on Saturday the 13th of September, you may be able to help.
Your only other option was going to a video shop. Or some newsagents, like you could... Maybe if there was a newsagent and the guy who owned it wasn't too fucking clued up, you could get a computer magazine out, and when he's not looking, grab an adult magazine off the top, put it in the computer magazine, and you could either stand in the shop and... or you could try and like just close it up as one and hope he didn't fucking check it too much and pay for it for a computer magazine and walk out and you've got your porno mag stuck inside it as well. Other than that, the video shop, the backs of some of the 18 videos sometimes had some saucy screenshots on. We had to work fucking hard back in our day, man. I want to just get your phone out and you got the fucking world of porn at your fingertips.
Help us identify the driver of the car or van which killed Gary Britton.
Had to earn it.
There was an unusual robbery in Leicester on the 21st of July. That morning, a van was delivering cash to the Bewcastle Grove sub-post office. At the same time, two men were waiting nearby. One was in a wheelchair, and he suddenly produced a sawn-off shotgun from under his blanket and jumped up to attack the post office escorts.
We've seen that before.
As the robbery happened,
we've seen
the
another
second
robbery
man
like that.
threatened onlookers with a handgun, and within minutes, those two and a third and a driver made off in a grey Cortina estate. Two clues here. The wheelchair, which was abandoned after the robbery. It's an Excelsior make, it folds up, and it's blue with a canvas back and cream plastic handles. As you can see, a section of the back has been cut out, but there's still some lettering partly visible. If you own this or used it in a hospital or nursing home,
It might get hard again
give
with
us
all
a
that.
call.
Yeah, man. I've seen it all. I've seen Discord are talking about doing it
under a
now.
false name at a London auction.
Even.
When it was sold, it was beige, but since then it's been...
Like, pretty much every porn site that I use is doing it now, but all you need is this. If you're on desktop, anyway. Croxy Proxy. You just type the thing in there instead. Your X-Hamster link, your X-Video link, whatever. Hit go. Bang. Takes you through another IP in another country. No problemo. So I've just been using this. I've just been putting them in here before I click go, and then you don't have to worry about it. It's that simple. See what I mean, man? It's so easily diverted around that it makes you think whether they're actually bothered about that or not. I don't think they are, to be honest. I think they're more bothered about getting you all your info on a database and stuff. So otherwise, you'd shut all these sort of sites down as well, right? You'd make these have age verification as well.
hand painted all over with grey primer. We'd be very interested to hear about anyone who had a Cortina which they hand painted grey around the end of June, beginning of July.
A team of burglars have struck in Cheshire and Staffordshire at a rate of one theft every day since the beginning of 1985.
Okay,
a total of over 600 burglaries. They've so far got away with over £200,000 worth of Royal Doulton figurines. The gang pick on houses where the figures can be seen from outside. These are typical of the ones that have been stolen. This is Jack Point, the court jester, a rare piece worth £650. And this is one of the more common pieces, Winston Churchill, worth just £50. We particularly want to hear from antique dealers or specialised Royal Doulton dealers who have been offered such objects over the last 18 months. And if you own a Royal Doulton, don't display it in
if you're in Staffordshire, which is where I grew up, every fucking cunt had tons of these in their houses. Everyone. Every house you went in had fucking numerous Doultons.
18 months to dealer.
Finally, take a look at these antique matchboxes. They're practically all that's left of a lifetime collection which was stolen from an elderly lady in Lancashire. She's in her late 70s and lives with her older sister. Get on with it.
Who left her estate agent's office to meet
Hopefully
a
not
client
every country goes
and
full
never
dictatorship
returned.
level of surveillance.
Perhaps the
Well,
unusual nature of the crime, perhaps the...
that's what they want, that fucking Larry Allison and that. Palantir, man. That's what they want. If he has his way, and the people like him, I mean, he's 81. I don't know how much he can fucking doctor his genes, how long he can live for, but why would you fucking care, you know what I mean? Move over Murdochs, the Allisons are the new family. Control scale in the architecture of enterprise power. Is he the one with Palantir? Oh, Oracle. Who's his Palantir then? The all-seeing eye. Peter Thiel, that other fucking demon. He's only 58.
The fact that 25-year-old Susie was such an attractive, outgoing girl kept the press constantly interested in her case. In fact, the stories
Susie
about what
Lamplugh.
happened to Susie are so many and varied that the facts have become somewhat obscured by rumour and gossip.
Mr. Kipper, this is one of Britain's most mysterious unsolved cases. The Mr. Kipper. They made loads of documentaries about her and him. She's an estate agent and it was linked to another murder as well.
The reconstruction you're about to see is based entirely on what is known, on police evidence and eyewitness reports. It begins in Putney, southwest London, on the morning of the day Susie disappeared. Monday, the 28th of
Oracle,
July.
that company can burn
Susanna
down
was
and
getting
nobody
up in her
would have said.
flat
All of
in
them, man.
Disraeli Road in Putney.
Just have a cat like that. A little red switch on the top.
In a letter to this morning's Times, he says the Queen's Press Secretary Michael Shea did speak to the...
Susie shared her flat with a lodger, Nick Bryant.
Hi, Susie, I'm off.
Oh, hi, you're up early. Would you like a cup of tea before you go?
I can't. I've got an 8:30 meeting this morning. You're going to be in tonight?
Would you like a...
Nick Bryant.
Starting to pour.
Susie, I'm off.
Oh, hi,
Still
you're up
pouring.
early.
Still
Would you like a cup of tea
pouring.
before you go?
I can't.
How much fucking milk you putting in that tea? It's not tea anymore.
Got an 8:30 meeting this morning.
Fucking hell.
You're going to be in tonight?
Yeah, I expect so.
I have less than a tablespoonful.
Yes, it's in the sitting room.
Okay,
Okay.
see you tonight. Bye.
Have a nice day.
Just after 8:30, Susie set off for work in her company car. It was only a 10-minute drive from home to her office in the Fulham Road.
Hello, this is Susanna Lamplugh from Sturgis in Fulham. Did you receive our details that we sent through to you? Oh, good. Did you see anything?
Susanna had worked for Sturgis estate agents as a negotiator for just over a year.
It's a two-bedroom house.
Her job involved taking on new clients and showing them round properties. Sometimes she'd have as many as 6 houses to show in a day. On this Monday, she left the office at 20 to 1, and as was often the case, she told no one where she was going or when she'd be back. As well as her own keys and purse, she took with her property details and keys for a house in Charles
John,
Road.
I think they thought Mr. Kipper was Lamplugh. Mr. Kipper. John something? I'm mixing up two different cases. Him! John Cannan. John Cannan. That cunt. Wait, was he prime suspect in Susie Lamplugh? But I don't think he's ever admitted to that. But they think it might have been him. Killed Shirley Banks, kidnapped Julie Holman, raped his girlfriend, raped another woman, several other abductions, attempted abductions. I think they thought it was him. There's like a that video there, that's him doing his like little dating thing for a dating agency. I think that he's heavily suspected to be the guy who killed this girl as well, Susie Lamplugh.
Number 37. Exactly what happened after Susie left her office isn't clear. There's no doubt she went to Shorolds Road, but in fact there are 3 streets in Fulham which provide vital sightings. In Shorolds Road, 3 witnesses saw Susanna outside number 37. The first witness was on his way home. He saw Susie standing in the gateway. She seemed to be waiting for someone. 10 minutes after that, the owner of the house next door heard someone leaving number 37. That brief glimpse led to this artist's impression. At about the same time, Nicholas Doyle was on his way to the nearby North End Road market. Doyle remembers the man was carrying a bottle of champagne with ribbons on it. From his description, police later produced this identikit picture of the man. But strangely, Susie's car was never seen in Shorolds Road. A number of people did see it a mile away in Stevenage Road. It's a 5-minute drive from Sturgis, and it was exactly 5 minutes after she'd left the office that the first sighting came. At 12:45, as Wendy Jones was leaving home to go shopping, she noticed the white Ford Fiesta parked immediately opposite her house. Just before 2, a taxi driver who lived close by also noticed the car. By 3:30, Wendy Jones was back and the car was still in exactly the same place, slightly overlapping the entrance to a neighbour's garage. Then at 5:15, the garage owner, Richard Mann, saw it too. Other witnesses remember the car in the same position. It seems it was there all afternoon. But in a 3rd street in Fulham, there's conflicting evidence. A sighting of Susie and her car. The Fulham Palace Road is about half a mile from Stevenage Road. At about 2:45, Barbara Whitfield, a friend of Susanna's, was cycling to a business appointment. She has no doubt she saw Susie driving towards her. She waved, but Susie was talking to her passenger and didn't see her.
I'm sure it was Susie, because I knew her very well. At the time, I was convinced it was her car as well, although it conceivably could be one that was just similar. They're quite common. I didn't get a chance to look at him, because she was turned towards him. And anyway, I was concentrating on her rather than him.
By 3:30 that afternoon, Sturgis manager Mark Gurdon and his staff were becoming concerned by Susanna's absence. In her desk diary, they noticed an appointment for 12:45.
To start off with, I personally went round to 37 Sherolds Road to see if she perhaps got herself locked in or something like that. After there was no joy there, we phoned round between us, loaded the local hospitals to see if she'd been involved in an accident with her car or anything like that. We continued to do that actually for a few hours because obviously she could have gone to Putney or where she lived, so we checked with those hospitals. Finally, before actually officially reporting her missing to the police, we phoned her mother just to check to see if she'd gone home. She hadn't gone there, and obviously by that stage we were very concerned and phoned at about 5:30 to the police to report her officially missing.
Be on the lookout for a wide Ford
Bolo.
Fiesta, registration mark B Bravo 396 G Golf A Alpha N November. It's concerned an abduction.
At 9 o'clock, police began a street search for Susie's car. It was still parked in the same place, in Stevenage Road.
Fulham receiving.
Go ahead.
I found this white Ford Fiesta, B Bravo 396 Golf Alpha November in Stevenage Road. Can you inform the CID, please?
The driver's door was unlocked, and inside was her purse. But neither her own keys nor the keys to 37 Sherolds Road have yet been found. The driving seat was pushed back from Susie's normal driving position. This picture was taken on Saturday night, just 2 days before she disappeared. Susie Lamplugh has now been missing for 81 days. Well, Detective Superintendent Carter, one of the strangest things is that, as we can see from the map, she parked her car in Stevenage Road and yet she was going to an appointment in Sherolds Road. Why do you think that was?
That is right. It takes exactly 5 minutes from where she parked her car on Stevenage Road to Sherolds Road. And we know that she arrived there, or the car was definitely seen at 12:45.
What about the sighting of her, the third sighting at about 2:45 by a friend of hers in the Fulham Palace Road? How do you account for that?
Well, Miss Whitford is the only witness throughout this inquiry who actually knows. So, of course, her sighting has to be taken very seriously.
It's a complete mystery. It was the last time she was seen alive, too.
That is the last time, yes.
What about the keys to 37 Sherolds Road and the property details? They've never been found, have they?
No, when she left the company, she took keys to the property of number 37 on this distinctive yellow fob. We still haven't found that.
So perhaps somebody might have seen that. Could we have your description again of the man that Mr. Doyle saw? I gather you're much happier with the description you got from him than perhaps the one that got more publicity of Mr. Kipper earlier on.
Yes, we're looking for a type. I'm asking that people look for a type. He's aged 25 to 30. He has a dark complexion, and we believe probably a broken nose. He has dark hair which is swept back, and he was immaculately dressed in a charcoal dark suit.
Do you think Susie knew him?
No trace of her has ever been found.
Stevenage and Sherolds, she was seen later, indicates that she probably did know him, yes.
Now, the other important thing is that
5 years later, they declared legally dead, presumed murdered.
Weren't they, by a man who hailed a taxi cab later on?
Yes, between 2 and 2:30, a taxi was hailed by a man who has a full beard and moustache. And he told the taxi driver he'd just witnessed a couple having an argument. Now, I'm appealing to that man to come forward, and of course I would like to eliminate the couple who, in fact, were having the argument.
He might have vital information, mightn't he?
He could well have vital information, yes.
Now, this case has had so much publicity, as I said earlier on. A lot of people have come forward to help. There's been a lot of rumour and gossip, really. What do you think that tonight's reconstruction might achieve that all this publicity hasn't so far?
Well, it's nearly 12 weeks since Susie disappeared. Now, I'm absolutely convinced that someone somewhere out there knows and can help us. And I do earnestly appeal for that person to come forward.
We just need that one call, Mr. Carter. Thank you very much. Do please call us if you have anything that might help. It's 01 811 8055 here to the studio, 01 811 8055. Or you can call the inquiry headquarters, and that is 01 741 6212. That's London, 741 6212, and ask for the incident room.
Now to television's answer to the wanted poster, Crimewatch photo call. All you have to do is watch some faces, see if there's anyone you recognise. Here were the details, David Hatcher and Helen Phelps.
First on this month's photo call, Rifat Mehmet, a convicted criminal who until a week ago was serving an 18-year sentence for armed robbery and assault. He was brought up from Albany Prison on the Isle of Wight to attend a court hearing in London. After the hearing, a man with a gun threatened the 3 officers who were escorting Mehmet and ordered them to release him. During the escape, Mehmet tried to slash one of the warders with a Stanley knife blade, and then the 2 of them made off in a blue Ford Sierra. Rifat Mehmet is 29 and 5'10". If you see him, don't approach him. He's a dangerous man. But if you know where he is, ring us.
We want to interview Michael Portus. He worked on the south coast as a casino cashier, but he went sick on August the 12th and hasn't been seen since. The Sergeant York's casino in Brighton had £16,000 stolen, and the Hove Sporting Club lost £24,000 the same day. Portus is a professional gambler.
Brother
He's
240k and ran.
5'9" and of slim build. He has no known girlfriends, and of course he may or may not still have the beard.
Now to this man, Philip King, who we'd like to trace in connection with a murder inquiry. He's 19 and 5'8", with a gold upper front tooth and a definite Cockney accent. A man was stabbed to death after leaving a party in North London last August. 7 men are due to stand trial next month, and we need to interview Philip King before then. He sometimes uses the name Mark King, and sometimes wears glasses. He's been seen in Manchester and Birmingham, but he could also be in Bristol or the Walthamstow and Leighton area of London. Ring us if you've seen him or any of the faces on tonight's photo call.
And the number again is 01 811 8055. Do bear with us if the lines are engaged. Please keep trying. 01 811 8055.
Our next case carries a truly vast reward. It's an unorthodox raid on an exclusive jeweller's in one of the most fashionable streets in London. It happened on a Thursday morning, the last day of July.
New Bond Street,
Put these
looking
fucking
towards
sweets down, man,
Oxford
before I eat
Street
the
from
whole bag.
Sotheby's. Victor and Anne Tan's first-floor showroom is just up from Sotheby's, and the room next door to them has been empty for over a year. The Tan's showroom is protected by a sophisticated alarm,
Remember this?
and no jewels are kept.
They go in from the next fucking room, drill through the wall and that. And then wait for them to come in the morning, I think.
Out on display. Even if you work early nearby, it's unlikely you'd pay much attention to 3 men entering the building. Police think they may have arrived after the cleaners around 7 in the morning. One of them made for a landing window at the back and put on gloves like these.
Might be a different one.
The paint on this drain pipe is non-drying.
I used to fucking hate that stuff.
The
Vandal
paint on this-
paint. I don't know if they're still allowed to use that, but that should be banned. I remember they used to put, when I was a kid, '80s, walls, cement and glass. Crime prevention. This fucking shit. We used to have walls like this when I was growing up. Fucking bang out of order, man. A traditional yet controversial security. Fucking damn right, it should be controversial. Stop you climbing over walls. They just put broken fucking glass sticking up. Put it in the cement on top of walls. I'm pretty sure that shit's banned now. In the UK, it's now considered dangerous and illegal, especially in urban areas. Courts may deem it a, quote, trap. Property owners could face lawsuits for causing bodily harm, even to trespassers. That was fucking everywhere when I was a kid. And the other one was that paint. Vandal paint, they called it. Or something like that. And it never dried, so whenever you climbed on anything that it was on, you just fucked your clothes. So it could be on top of a wall, on a drain pipe. So you're going playing hide and seek with your mates somewhere in an old fucking, I don't know, whatever. And not only are you risking slitting your damn wrists open, you're going to fucking ruin your clothes as well. This shit was mad. It was fucking everywhere.
This drain pipe is non-drying. He was now inside the empty room next to the Tan's showrooms.
It's never going to stop a proper criminal, because if you want to break into one, there's a wall with some glass on, that's not going to stop you. You just put like, either break it, or just put something like a mattress over the top, or something like that. Not even something as thick as a mattress, but a mattress would work great. A piece of a mattress, put it over the glass and then climb over that instead.
The alarm in this room had been off for months. The robbers must have known there was now just a partition wall between them and the
Here's this one,
Tan's
where they go
showrooms.
through the wall.
This is an angle grinder with a carbon fibre blade. Any builder or hire shop has them.
They make a little hole, they wait for him to get there, I think, and then bust in.
They could now scan the room without setting off the Tan's alarms. A carpenter's mitre block was glued on to hold the wall in place while they cut a doorway through the plaster. 10 o'clock, and Victor Tan's secretary arrived at work.
Wait for it to turn the alarm off and you're fucking in.
Have you turned off the alarms? Got the keys to the safe?
No. If you handcuff me like that, I won't be able to work the phone or the door.
Victor comes in about 11, doesn't he? Doesn't he?
One hour to wait. To the secretary, the burglars seemed remarkably calm. She remembers one used the name George, and another was called Henry.
Get over, Henry. Clean that mess up.
And one man offered her red dentine chewing gum.
Don't move! Don't shout or I'll blow your head off. Get the keys off him. Come on.
I'm too nervous. You must be quiet.
We won't take the watch.
We're here to do a job.
The jewels were tipped into a mailbag. Another mailbag was left behind.
Gag him. Handcuff her to that.
Victor Tan was gagged with a tie that one of the robbers had been wearing.
We'll call the police in 15 minutes.
Sorry, Dippy. Our house has broken Christmas ornaments mixed in with plaster for shine. I hated it and cut my fingers on it multiple times. Oh, what, on the walls? Yeah, I get it. I get what you mean. For like, on outside walls. Right. I bet that looks quite nice though. Shame you have to bleed for it, but I think the closest I've seen in this country is probably Pebble Dash. Occasionally some Pebble Dash would be quite... you'd end up with a few short bits like on this stuff. Which is basically like... not plastic, cement with pebbles in it. Brick, little bits of brick and that. I mean, I don't like the look of it personally. I think it's quite ugly, but I remember having to do a house when I used to work with one of my dad's mates. It's quite popular over here, Pebble Dash. But you do occasionally get really sharp ones. There's a nice, made it mostly smooth, them ones. It was a dumb fad from commie times. I've never heard of that. Outer walls, cement mixed with... Oh, we're not going to get it, are we? Christmas decorations? I guess it's just coloured plastic or something. Coloured plastic. I can picture it anyway, I can picture it.
This is the man in charge of the case, Superintendent Hutchinson of the Central Robbery Squad. Did they in fact call the police afterwards?
No, yeah, maybe not, maybe not.
Now, I gather you've been able to link this robbery with other robberies in the same area.
Yes, there have been at least 3 similar robberies in the last 2 years in New Bond Street.
All of them carry really big rewards, very, very big.
Yes, substantial rewards.
And I think it's true to say anybody who actually recovers the property and puts the perpetrators inside could pretty much retire for life on the reward proceeds.
Yes, most certainly, if they give us information leading to the arrest of the people and also the recovery of their property.
Now, talking of property, you've brought a veritable black museum in with you. Can you explain what all these items are, what you want to know about them?
Yes, these are gloves similar to the gloves worn by the robber, and a diamond triple clip brooch, and a sapphire and diamond bracelet. Now, these items of jewellery are 1930s Art Deco. Now, they were purchased from Sotheby's and are unique themselves. Broken up, they mean...
All right. Dum 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 dum.
8055.
We started last month.
Oh,
with
Sue's wearing a tablecloth again. She's worn that once already.
Appeal on the murder of the 2 small girls from Brighton, Nicola Fellows and Karen Hadaway. Our reconstruction prompted 200 people to ring in, but there was no immediate breakthrough. Police are still receiving a lot of help locally. They interviewed one local teenager for over 50 hours. He's now been released on police bail. But Detective Superintendent Bernie Wells tells us that several lines of inquiry are still open, and if you still think you have any information, please...
Of the 100 more an appeal from the incident desk back in April. We showed you this video fit of a man wanted in connection with a rape in Basildon in Essex. Well, a viewer recognised that face and called the incident room on the Sunday after the programme. The same day, a 17-year-old youth was arrested and charged with unlawful wounding and with rape. Last month, he pleaded guilty at Chelmsford Crown Court and was given 2 life sentences.
Well, we start tonight with a series of 6 armed robberies, all carried out by one man, and all of them in the northeast of England.
Is this the flat cap robber? I think the flat cap robber was 90s. I don't think this is him.
No one has been hurt yet, but the man is always armed and the gun has already gone off accidentally. Police firmly believe that if there's a next time, somebody could be killed. They already know quite a lot about the man. This is one of the files of witness statements, and there are 2 more like this one. But tonight, detectives are asking for your help to put a name to him. The first raid was in December 1984 in Stockton in Cleveland.
Flat cap robber only did building
It was just
societies.
a week before Christmas, and the takings at the Asda supermarket were high. This security van collection was at 6 p.m. In that first raid, he got away with £14,000. Since then, he's carried out 5 more robberies, all of them in Teesside and Darlington. The second raid was 1 year later, in January '85. Again in Stockton, his target this time was the Group 4 office. It was another raid on a cash van, and he fired a shotgun as he got away. Raid 3 was in Darlington. It was Easter Monday, and again it was Group 4. Security guard Philip Meekings was collecting the takings.
Give us the money. Give us the money. Give us the money.
Give us the money.
Give us the money.
That raid on Morrison's was the first in daylight. This time he'd taken £11,000. The getaway routine was becoming a familiar pattern. A stolen car with false number plates we should abandon a mile or so away. And the way he'd acquire the getaway cars was becoming a trademark too. He always steals fairly old cars,
Subtle.
often minis or escorts, usually from residential streets. Police believe he sometimes pushes the car until it's safe to start the engine. The robber obviously knows Darlington and Teesside well. All the cars have been stolen locally from Middlesbrough and Thornaby. He's also something of a mechanic. Every car he's stolen has been found with its engine tuned and in better condition than it was before. He probably likes music because he steals cassette tapes from the car and any tools. He also makes up the false number plates. Raid 4 at another branch of Asda at South Bank on Teesside. This time the getaway car was found 1.5 miles away. 3 weeks later at Fine Fair in Darlington, he left behind 2 disturbing clues. A live shotgun cartridge was found in the car park, and in the front passenger seat of the abandoned car, police found this loaded pistol. Raid 6, the most recent to date, was on August the 9th, the second attack at Morrison's in Darlington. Group 4 security called first to collect the takings at the Morrison petrol station, probably giving the robber an early sight of his target. After the last robbery there in March, the security arrangements had been changed. Instead of walking through the busy shopping mall, the guards now used a side entrance. The only part of the new route where the guard was exposed was the short walk through the record department to the cash office.
Computer games. Back before we called them video games, man. 1986.
Department to the
Have some Amiga and Atari ST. These cassettes down here looks like your Spectrum, your Commodore 64. Wait, would the Amiga even been out? Nah, the Amiga wouldn't even be out by then. It's more like 1990. This would be all old school. Commodore 64, Amstrad, CPC 464, Spectrum 48K, BBC Micro. We haven't even got the NES yet. NES I had for my 11th birthday, which would have been 89. And I think I got it the year after it came out in Britain. So I think it released in Britain in 88. So these are all proper old school games. All cassettes, maybe a few floppy disks.
The cash office.
I don't recognise any of the covers though, they're too blurry.
Number 33.
There were 3 bags to be collected and carried out one at a time. The guard was Philip Meekings, the same man who'd been attacked 5 months before.
Oh, unlucky bastard. Same geezer.
As the guard went back for the 3rd bag, a sales assistant noticed a man crouching behind a record rack.
Give us the money or I'll blast you this time.
I shouldn't laugh.
The guard and Adrian Webb, a junior manager, followed the gunman to see where he was heading.
Give us the money or I'll blast you this time. It ain't worth it, boys. It's in your money.
Adrian Webb was within yards of the robber as he reached the getaway car. It was the best description so far of the gunman's face.
Like the wild man of Borneo.
The robber had his getaway carefully planned. He turned off the road onto waste ground, known as 5 Arches. He was seen running towards the Springfield estate. What he didn't know was that the bag he was carrying contained not money, but cheques, which would be worthless.
Oh, you daft swine. Should have got the first bag.
Well, Detective Chief Inspector Ken Lavery, there's so much information on him and yet no name to fit the face yet. If we could see the video fit we've made up, could you describe him again?
Yes, the man's aged between 35 and 45. He has what's described as a weather-beaten face of hawker appearance. He's between 5'8" and 5'10" tall and of sturdy build.
With his mechanical skills, do you think it's possible
They didn't
that
do a
somebody
good job with the actor then, because the actor didn't look sturdy, and the actor had fairish hair, and he was balding at the back, and he looked a lot older. He looked more like 50-odd. So they did a bit of a rubbish job with the actor for that reconstruction.
She's tall and of sturdy build.
With his mechanical skills, do you think it's possible that somebody in the motor trade anywhere around the country might recognise him?
He obviously has good skills, and we feel that he may well have worked as a motor mechanic at some time, and we would ask anybody in the motor trade who recognises the photo fit to contact us.
Do you think he's a local man, though?
He has a very good knowledge of both Darlington and Teesside. However, we can't eliminate the fact that he lives out of the area and travels back into the area in view of the fact that one of the cars had over 300 miles on the clock when it was recovered.
Could I see the gun? You brought in the gun that was found in the Mini after the Fine Fair robbery.
Yes. This is the gun. It's a Remington automatic. It was issued to the American services in the Second World War for use in Europe. When the gun was found, it was fully loaded and in a position to shoot somebody. The safety catch was off.
So you're hoping somebody might recognise that
Oh, he's
gun?
banged his thumb, look. He's got a blood blister. Probably trapped it in his car door or something.
Most certainly are. We want anybody who recognises this weapon to contact us because we feel that had this man been cornered at this time, he would have shot whoever cornered him.
Is it unusual in your experience to find a man working so much alone like that?
It is. The man steals the car himself. He then tunes the car up. He commits the robbery by himself. He then makes good his escape by himself. When you have a man who is a loner, it makes it much more difficult to detect and potentially makes him more dangerous because he's got so much more to lose.
And obviously you're anxious to catch them as soon as possible. You said there are 3 rewards on offer.
Yes, the security companies have each put up £5,000 reward, a total of £15,000 reward for anybody giving information leading to the arrest.
Well, let's hope you can help. Remember, the man is armed and he carries live ammunition. If you can help, the number here to the studio is 01811 8055, or ring the Darlington Police, and that's on 0325 467 681. That's 0325, the code for Darlington, 467 681.
Now, Incident Desk, where the police appeal to you directly. This month they're after bogus bobbies in Bristol, the killer of an old woman in Herne Bay in Kent, and whoever's responsible for taking and driving away a speedboat from Aberdeen. Here are Police Constable Helen Phelps and Superintendent David Hatcher.
First on Incident Desk, 2 armed robberies outside the same branch of Lloyds Bank in Camden, North London. In the first raid, 2 men threatened the guard with a sawn-off shotgun and got away with £25,000. That was on July the 4th. These pictures from another security van were taken on October the 31st. This time the robbers dropped the cash bag when it exploded with dye and smoke. But the pictures contain 2 clues. The Volkswagen Golf GTI disappeared from the scene shortly after the robbery. The number, A68XGN, is completely false. That registration has never been issued. The owner may not know this, but we'd still like to know where the car is now. And we'd also like to know who this is. We can't tell from the pictures whether this man also carried out the first raid, but he clearly did this one. Ring us if you know him.
And now a sad case from my own area, Herne Bay in Kent. Mabel Crandell was 89. Since her husband died 10 years ago, she'd lived an almost reclusive life. In the early hours of September the 1st, the fire brigade was called to her bungalow at 30 Station Road. The place was devastated, and she was found inside, battered to death. Whoever had robbed and killed her had started the fire with petrol.
Mabel Crandell.
Detectives want to trace a BMC van and a man seen with it.
He was seen speaking to Mrs. Crandell in her garden the day before she was killed. He's a white man.
A man who has served 12 years of a life sentence for murder is to be freed after it emerged somebody else confessed to the killing 17 years ago. Trevor Wickens from Herne Bay in Kent was jailed for the murder of 89-year-old Mabel Crandell. Court of Appeal released him on Wednesday after it emerged another man had told his girlfriend he had committed the murder. His confession had not been mentioned to the jury at Mr. Wickens' trial in 1991 on the basis it amounted to hearsay. The multiple facial and neck injuries pathologists had appeared to have inflicted by stamping with a shod foot. Timothy Barnes told the appeal court his client had always denied any involvement, despite knowing an admission would likely to see him be released earlier. He told the court that Levi Draper, a well-known local drug addict, had confessed to his girlfriend that had killed Mrs. Crandell. That's 2 in 3 fucking weeks we've had wrongly convicted.
He's about 30, gypsy looking, and he's got dark hair.
It was 1985, 6 people. We're still nowhere near out of the politically incorrectness days. Fucking gypsy looking. Jesus Christ.
With blonde streaks in it.
What was he wearing?
He was wearing one of these. A green combat jacket with epaulets.
Now, what about this van?
Well, as you can see, it's a J4 BMC van. It's an old one. There's very few of them about, and we couldn't get a brown one today. We had to get use a blue one. It was of tatty appearance. It had a ladder rack, and it also had some lettering on the side.
The man could be from anywhere. He may be a traveller. He may claim to do odd jobs. He may be selling something. Remember, a brown J4 van and a man with dyed blonde streaks. Seen him? Give us a ring.
Next to 3 con men who've been operating all over the country as well as abroad. So far they've got away with £20,000, by cashing travellers' cheques stolen from a travel agents in Hartlepool. They used forged passports as a means of identification, but on 3 occasions, bank staff have become suspicious and held the forged passports. This man used the name Paul Alder when he tried to cash stolen travellers' cheques at a branch of Lloyd's in Birmingham. A second man used the name Lawrence Carr in London, and like the first, he made off when the staff seized the passport. Lawrence and travellers' cheques.
Sean Penn? No. Christian Slater, Gleaming the Cube. Gleaming the Cube. Bit of a mix. Sean Penn and Christian Slater, as if they had a love child.
At a branch of Lloyd's in Birmingham. A second man used the name Lawrence Carr in London, and like the first, he made off when the staff seized the passport. And this was taken at the Clydesdale Bank in Glasgow. The man here seemed to sense he was being watched and left without completing the transaction. These 3 men could come from Merseyside, and they could be part of a much larger team specialising in travel agency fraud. If you know them, ring us.
Our next case involves a sinister type of deception, bogus policemen. On the 14th of October, 2 men called on an elderly lady in Bristol. They claimed to be detectives investigating the theft of antiques. But once inside the house, they told Mrs. Newton that she was under arrest and handcuffed her wrists and ankles. One of them was in his late 20s, 6 foot and slim, and while he watched over Mrs. Newton, his accomplice ransacked the house. He was shorter, just 5'5", but stocky. In all, they stole £4,500 worth of antiques, including 3 rather unusual musical bird boxes, like this. They're beautifully detailed, and Mr. and Mrs. Newton would dearly love them back. If you've seen any going cheap, so to speak, or if you recognise this face, please call us.
Cheap.
Information leading to a conviction carries a £1,000 reward.
Finally, it can't be easy to conceal one of these. It's a Fletcher 170 Bravo speedboat, and there are just 18 of them in the country with these red and grey flashes. A month ago, one of those 18 was stolen from outside the owner's home at Kintore,
Made him go
Aberdeenshire.
outside the BBC fucking
It was
offices,
fitted with
man.
a Mercury 200 horsepower engine. Now that's far too powerful for a boat of this kind, so it's probably the only combination of its type in the country. The boat, and there's its serial number, was towed away on its trailer during the night of October the 14th. So if you've seen a speedboat like this heading south and its last sighting was near Perth, then please ring us. And call us too if you can help with any of the other incident desk cases.
And as always, the number 01 811 8055. 01 811 8055.
Our next film is about the sad death of Lorna Hales, sometimes known as...
This is the one I mentioned the other night. It's sad because, I think anyway, she lay dead in her house for about a month before anybody realised she'd gone or cared that she'd gone.
Lorna Black, a bubbly, exuberant young woman who, underneath the smiles, may have been rather lonely. She had a 12-year-old son and seemed upset that his adoptive parent was taking him to live abroad. To the world, she remained vivacious and energetic. She was very small, incidentally, just 5 feet tall. Now, around the 1st of August, perhaps as the result of an argument that got out of hand, someone who probably knew her killed her by plunging a carving fork into her neck. The reconstruction begins, though, 1 month after that, on the afternoon of Friday, the 29th of August, in South London. Tasman Road in Brixton. Police were called to investigate a swarm of flies
a month
at
after
number 5.
she's been left to
Lorna
fucking
hadn't been seen for weeks, and her neighbours were concerned. She was lying on the bedroom floor, and forensic tests showed she'd been there since the beginning of the month. She was probably killed on Friday, the 1st of August.
How's Instant Room? Can I help you?
Detectives have had a great deal of cooperation. Everyone liked Lorna, and they can find no reason for her murder. But maybe you can fill some crucial gaps in the calendar they've built up of her final weeks. This is a week before she died, the City of London, on Thursday, July the 24th. Lorna arrived for work as usual at Call Quick Printers in Chamomile Street, but suddenly packed in her job. Before she left that day, she was her normal, talkative self, and this colleague remembers her saying she was planning a fundraising barbecue for her local Labour Party. To make friends and earn a little extra cash, Lorna helped out in the Brixton Town Hall Social Club. She was last seen here on Friday evening, the 25th of July. The day after, on Saturday the 26th, she came here to Young's Court in Battersea. She still had the keys to her old flat here. She'd sublet the place, but now still called round from time to time.
Part 3 of the Best of Rod. We start with a top 5 hit from the beginning of 1978.
Hi.
Hot Legs.
How are you?
All right.
All right?
Yeah.
Great.
I just come to pick up some things.
That's very good.
This man, Albert, was her tenant, and he recalls that Lorna was planning to go out that afternoon and had called round for a special dress.
Hey, girl, where are you going dressed up like this?
I'm going to a fashion party.
Great.
Did I look nice?
You look beautiful.
This photo shows Lorna in that very dress.
I think she put on a party of her own or something, and she'd invited a load of people and nobody turned up. I was so sad, this one. I think that was on the night she died. I think just 2 people turned up. A couple.
Hardly be missed in all that striking gold. And yet, still detectives don't know whose party or whose fashion parade Lorna was going to that day. The next day, Sunday, was the day of Lorna's barbecue. But curiously, at 2:30, just before it was due to start, she asked a fellow Labour Party helper to give her a lift here to Clapham Road.
Goodbye. Thanks for the lift. I'll see you later.
All right, see you, Lola. Bye-bye.
She said she had to go to Putney. It may not be significant, but this is another gap in Lorna's last week. Did she go to Putney that afternoon? She could have taken the Victoria or Northern lines to almost anywhere from Stockwell Tube. By 9 o'clock that evening, her barbecue was almost over, except for 2 couples who arrived late. They apparently knew Lorna, but no one else there knew them. The police say they want them to call in to Crimewatch, simply so they know who these people were. Clapham Common on Wednesday, the 30th of July. It's now about 2 days before Lorna died. The police know she came here that afternoon to hire some videotapes. She had no work that week, and detectives would like to know how else she filled her time.
What's that there? Is that Rutger Hauer? Is that the Hitcher? Alien what? Alien cat. Alley cat. The Thing. Something Kill. These are all like science fiction horror. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. That looks like an Electric Blue porno.
Hello.
Even without work, Lorna always kept herself busy. On Thursday lunchtime at the laundrette in Landor Road, These women remember her calling to see if they were free for a sales demonstration at her home that evening.
Are you coming to my Hanway party tonight?
I can't, I've got to have my hair re-permed.
But can you still order what we wanted? Bleach and a floor cleaner.
I suppose I could do.
Thanks, Lorna.
Bye.
All right, bye, Lorna. Probably see you again tomorrow.
For Lorna, the salesman's visit that evening was another chance to have people round to her house. But though she'd invited others, no one else turned up for the demonstration. The salesman recalls Lorna seemed quite relaxed.
Very clean.
That's basically it. This will last you in the course of about a year.
The salesman left by 9:15, and as far as is known, no one else called round that evening, and Lorna didn't go out. Tasman Road on the morning of Friday, August the 1st. Lorna's papers were delivered, and then there's one last sighting of her as she popped into the laundrette again. As always, she put on a bubbly, cheerful and optimistic front.
I've got an interview in North London with this writer. As a travelling nanny, it means travelling all over the place.
That sounds great. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Let us know how you get on. Bye.
Oh, by the way, I've ordered your cleaning stuff.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Cheers.
And Mr. Richards, that was a curious thing that Lorna said just at the end there. She said that she was going for this job as a travelling nanny. She already knew, I gather, that she hadn't got that job.
Yes, that's true, but Lorna's the sort of girl who'd find it very difficult to admit failure. She wanted success.
She wanted friends.
Yes.
You're pretty sure it was one of the friends that killed her. Now, why do you think that? Why was it someone who knew her?
Well, in most murder cases, of course, it's a friend or somebody who they know. In Lorna's case, we do know she was cautious. She did not open the door to anyone. She either peeped round the curtains before she let anyone in, and I don't think she would let anyone in at that time of the night unless she knew them well.
Now, as I said in the film, you've had enormous cooperation. Her friends have tried to help when they've known you've wanted them. You've traced dozens already, I gather.
Yes, we have. We've spoken to more than 200 people.
But there are still others you need to get in contact with you?
Yes, there are. There are some, I'm sure, who don't even know we're making our inquiries.
Any in particular?
Yes, well, I have a calendar here, which used to hang in her kitchen. And as you can see, on the 9th of August, is detailed a wedding.
Saturday the 9th of August, wedding, it says. She never went, of course, because by then she was dead. But who invited her?
That's exactly what we want to know.
Right. That gold dress she was wearing, now obviously that was very, very distinctive. Nobody's come forward who saw her in that.
No, nobody at all, and I don't believe she would have gone very far away from Battersea, possibly on that Doddington estate where she used to live. Somebody there can come forward and help us.
Right. You've brought an address book?
Yes, I have. This address book was from her handbag, and it shows a party.
There it is in pencil. A party on the 2nd of August, 1986. So, who invited Lorna Hales to a party on the 2nd of August, 1986? Whoever it was, please contact us. Of course, the other thing from the film were those latecomers to the barbecue.
Yes, we still don't know who they are. They could fill in a very important part of the last days of her life. And it's vital that they come forward and talk to us.
Who are they? Any idea?
I've no idea who they are. These are other friends who we just cannot find at the moment.
Now, I gather you have some reason to believe that this was an accidental killing. In other words, whoever did it may not have intended, really.
Said you fucking stuck a carving fork through her neck at the beginning.
Death to be the outcome.
Yes, I've got that very much in mind. And anybody who perhaps is watching this programme, he could rest assured that if he contacts us, we can think it may have been an accident.
It might be a little bit of trickery from the old Bill to try and convince somebody to call in.
We're quite willing to talk about that. I think it was a temper and perhaps an immediate accident with one stab wound.
Well, if whoever did it is watching, do please call.
Did they ever catch him? Let's find out. I think this is unsolved. Unsolved. A man was charged with the murder after his fingerprints were matched to those found in Lorna's flat, but was soon released due to lack of evidence. It is unknown if any other arrests or convictions were made in this case. Reddit. Could have been Robert Napper. Maybe. I was just going to say, usually you get like some newspaper things here, some news articles. I guess young black girl, 1986. Nobody gave a fuck. It's a very obscure murder case. There's zero about it on British Newspapers Archive, only the Crimewatch video. How awful. I wonder why it's been described as happening in Brixton, then a poor rough area associated with black people, when it happened in Clapham. Totally different, affluent area associated with genteel white people. All part of the fucking narrative, mate. Hardly anything on here. Unless we try this name instead. Nothing, look, no fucking old news sites, nothing BBC, no fucking newspapers. Nothing. Just people talking about it being an unsolved case. Like it wasn't even reported.
Well, obviously it's better if you call the police and they call on you. If you've got suspicions, then if you wish the number, what things that affect body to see or quality.
We don't care.
But we have got a stream even
we don't care.
Till 5 call.
One of the cases on September's incident desk was the abduction of an 8-year-old boy, Jamie Thomas, from Lincoln. He went out to play on his bike, but didn't come home. He'd met a man who took him over 50 miles away to Peterborough. Police are anxious that unless this man is traced, another child might be taken. To the relief of his parents, Jamie did turn up the following day. He'd managed to escape. But his account of what happened is somewhat confused. From what he has been able to tell police and from some eyewitness reports, we have now put together a reconstruction of the events of Wednesday, the 27th of August.
Remember this one as well.
As Jamie set off on his bike, he promised he'd be back for tea. But as his mother later discovered, he'd emptied his piggy bank of about £9 worth of savings and he headed straight for the city centre. He was fed up that day. He and his family had to come back early from their seaside holiday because the weather was so bad. Jamie doesn't have a lot of friends, and his main interests at the time were his new kitten and his bike. A neighbour of Jamie's saw him just after 5, cycling around Lincoln's main shopping precinct. At that stage, he was on his own. 6 o'clock at Lincoln Station. A passenger had just got off a train from Grimsby.
Excuse me, are you the person in charge here?
Yes, I am.
Well, I just got off the Grimsby to London train because somebody at Grimsby told me there'd been a derailment and I had to get a bus from here to Newark.
That was the case, but normal service is now in operation.
Well, no one told me that, and I've got to be in London by 8 o'clock.
The man then seemed to resign himself to a 2-hour wait at Lincoln.
It's 21:15.
Over an hour later, Jamie was still in the precinct. It was well past his tea time. It seems this was when Jamie met his abductor. A witness saw a man carrying a white carrier bag walking a pace behind the boy.
Oh, goody, here comes a train.
Minutes later, he was cycling towards Lincoln Station.
What about my bike?
Don't worry about the bike, we'll put it on the train.
Right.
This was the 8:28 local train to Newark. A smartly dressed woman got into the same carriage. She spoke to both the man and Jamie during the half-hour journey. One witness noticed the man kept combing his hair.
Where's my bike?
It's all right, it's in the guard's van.
The woman may have vital information, but so far she hasn't come forward.
Mama, bike.
9 p.m, Newark Station. There was 15 minutes to wait now for the London connection. The station manager remembers them well.
Is this bike yours?
It's my bike.
Oh, well, I'm afraid he'll not be able to load it on the train here. Would you mind taking it down to the guard's van and load it at the rear of the train, please? Would you mind not riding it, son, please? Just walk it down to the bottom. Would you mind?
Come on, we'll walk it down then.
Right, thank you very much.
It seems they didn't go as far as London. They got off the 125 King's Cross train at Peterborough. Jamie roughly remembers the route they took from the station.
Where are we going?
Don't worry, it's not far.
He remembers going past the taxi rank. They followed the cycle track by the A15, Bourges Boulevard, and turned right into this underpass to cross the main road.
Fucking brilliant for skateboarding in them.
Again?
You can call me Steve.
Brilliant.
Or Dad.
Oh.
The cycle track continues past Johnson's Frozen Foods. Jamie remembers the graffiti there. From his description, it seems he was taken to an upstairs flat. He had a bedroom to himself and apparently wasn't molested. Piecing together the information Jamie's been able to give them, police believe the flat is somewhere around Cromwell Road and Gladstone Street in Peterborough, an area full of flats and bedsits. Next morning, he was given some breakfast. Then, finding himself alone, quite simply, he let himself out and set off towards Peterborough on his bike. He spent that morning cycling around close to where he'd stayed the night, between the Cromwell Road area and the Queensgate shopping precinct. Then he left his bike to go and look in the window of the cycle shop at Cowgate. In those few moments, the bike had disappeared.
I've lost my bike.
Hello, son. What's your name?
Jamie.
Well, Detective Sergeant Brian Bullock has been working on the case. What sort of man do you think that was who took Jamie?
A very strange man indeed. He befriended a small 8-year-old boy in the city centre of Lincoln, and then he took him many miles away from his home on a train. He kept the boy in a house or flat during the night, and perhaps if Jamie hadn't have left the following morning, there might have been a different story.
Do you think he really was called Steve?
He possibly could have been called Steve, but he did ask Jamie to call him Steve or Dad nearly at the beginning.
What does he look like? Can we have his description?
He's described as about 5'7" to 5'10", 40 to 55 years of age, and his hair is described as thinning on top, fair or light-coloured, and rather straggly at the back. He was wearing a two-coloured nylon anorak, and he was carrying a blue holdall with a shoulder strap.
Is your most important witness the woman who was on the same train as
Yes.
Jamie and the man?
Yes, we have this lady being seen off at Lincoln by a gentleman carrying a set of trade plates. The lady is described as very smart, middle-aged, and during the 30-minute journey from Lincoln to Newark, she had a long conversation with Jamie's abductor, and we would like to trace her and obviously the man carrying the trade plates who saw her off.
Right, they obviously knew each other. Could we just recap on the geography of it? Could you, Jamie, I know, took you back along the route from Peterborough Station. If you could take us along the route.
Yes, we took Jamie back to Peterborough, and as he says, he left the railway station and turned left, walked past the taxis, along the A15 road, and then he went under the subway, under the main road, and this eventually led across a grassy patch which led to Cobden Street, which is near Cromwell Road and Gladstone Street in Peterborough. And there Jamie is lost. He can't tell us any more where he was that night.
As we said, his bike was stolen from the area. That still hasn't turned up the next
We
day.
haven't found his bike, no.
The most important appeal, presumably, must be to anyone in that area of Peterborough who's seen a man who looks like our description. Perhaps we can see that one more time.
Yes, somebody must know this man. They must work with him, be friends with him, or even live with him. This is a story with a very happy ending. But perhaps the next little child that's taken away may not be quite as happy and lucky as Jamie.
Well, Mr. Bullock, thank you. If you recognise that face, or if you think you know where Jamie was taken, do call us now on 01 811 80 confused. From what he has been able to tell police, and from police are anxious that unless this man is traced, another child might be taken. To the relief of his parents, Jamie did to this man. On September 1, desk was the abduction of an 8-year-old boy, Jamie Thomas from.
Jamie Thomas. What's there? Old Crimewatch UK cases I couldn't find any info on. At the beginning of the episode after, Nick Ross talks about the arrest of a man from Peterborough under the suspicion of his involvement in the abduction of an 8-year-old Lincoln boy who was otherwise unarmed. I presume that means unnamed. This man was said to be held by police until his trial on January 5th. There's an update on the December 1986 edition. There's also a bit at the beginning of January 1987 about a man going to trial and pleading guilty. So, Jamie Thomas is on Facebook and married and seems fine. Jesus fucking Christ, bubbly software. That's a bit weird, mate. How much research did you have to do? I mean, it's a really common name to know that you got the right one.
Lincoln. He went out to play on his bike, but didn't come home.
Oh, what time is it? 1 o'clock, one more. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum.
Hello and welcome to December's Crimewatch.
Fit check for Sue. That is a new outfit. Take care, Dippy. Thanks for dropping by, mate. What is this? Leatherette? Alright, Sue. Very different look for you, that. Take care, Dippy, mate. Thanks for dropping by, brother. You sleep well, man, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome to December's Crimewatch. And there's a good deal of progress to report since last month's programme. Tonight's reconstructions include the bizarre case of a lollipop man who robbed a bank, lollipop in hand. And maybe in time for Christmas, you can help police to catch the wicked witches, 2 women swindling people out of their pension books. The detectives behind me right now are waiting for your call. It's live, remember.
These are the officers investigating the cases tonight. All you need do is to watch the reconstructions we've made and see if there's anything or anyone you recognise. And if there is, here's the number, 01811 8055. We'll repeat that number and give you local ones as the programme goes on.
On average, about 1 Crimewatch case in every 6 results in an arrest because of information from Crimewatch viewers. And a similar number end up being solved by ordinary detective work. Paradoxically, though, the more progress in a case, the less we're allowed to report. That is, until there's been a conviction or an acquittal. At the moment, in Surrey, a man is detained awaiting trial, charged with the murders of Alison Day, Anne Locke and Marty Tamboza. Awaiting trial, charged with the murders of Alison Day, Anne Locke and Marty. Man is detained awaiting trial, charged with the murders of Alison Day, Anne Locke and Marty Tamboza. We've shown reconstructions of all 3 crimes, and the inquiries were linked together with the help of a pathologist who spotted similarities and phoned in. The man in custody was arrested during a painstaking process of elimination. When he comes to trial, one of the key witnesses may be a Crimewatch viewer who, until she saw the programme, had no idea that she might have been able to help.
In Brighton, a man is in custody charged with the murders of the schoolgirls Karen Hadaway and Nicola Fellows. His arrest did not result from our Crimewatch reconstruction. But in Peterborough, a man was arrested the day after last month's programme after 3 viewers called in and named him. They rang from an area of the city where police believe an 8-year-old boy was taken and kept overnight. The man has been charged with the abduction of the boy, who comes from Lincoln, and he'll be committed for trial on the 5th of January. The boy, incidentally, was unharmed.
Last month, we reconstructed a series of hold-ups around Darlington and Stockton by a lone man armed with a shotgun. You might remember he was a dab hand at mechanics, and he tuned up stolen cars to perfection to make his getaway. 260 viewers rang in with so much important information that detectives have had to put it all on computer. Several people have been questioned and eliminated, but the police now say that as a result of Crimewatch, they have a new and very active line of inquiry.
Last week, there was an arrest in South London over the murder of Lorna Hales. Again, Crimewatch did not produce the breakthrough. Police appealed for anyone who'd ever known Lorna to call in, and 72 people have already done so. Please do if you knew her. Eventually, though, detectives charged a man who was already known to them. He appeared in court this morning and has been remanded in custody.
And a man has been convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment for a crime we covered back in January. The murder of Bronwyn Nixon, a hotel owner in the Lake District. This man, David Wynne Roberts, was wanted for questioning right from the start because he lived with one of Mrs. Nixon's staff, but he disappeared just before the killing. David Roberts saw his picture on Crimewatch, and that same evening he walked into Chiswick Police Station in West London, accompanied by a solicitor, and claimed he was innocent. But meanwhile, 5 other viewers had called in to say they'd recognised Mr. Roberts travelling between Blackpool and the hotel in Ambleside in the Lake District at about the time of the killing. What's more, because of the speed of the arrest, police were able to recover crucial evidence which would otherwise have disappeared. It was a red cashmere scarf, and at the trial, forensic scientists argued that the fibres were identical to fibres found on Mrs. Nixon's body.
The first of this month's reconstructions is of a crime that you may have read about. Indeed, you may have thought that it was solved. It's been in the news quite a bit. It's about 2 girls from the same school in Leicestershire who were both 15, both sexually assaulted and both murdered. But there were 3 years between the killings. The first was a notorious unsolved crime called the Black Pad murder after Black Pad Lane, where the body was found. The victim was Linda Mann, and her mother made a prophetic appeal for public help.
If anybody knows anything or saw anything, they must come forward and help, because it can only happen again.
On Thursday, the 31st of July this year, it seemed as though it had. Not far from where Linda had been strangled, Dawn Ashworth died in broadly similar circumstances. Suspicion fell upon a 17-year-old youth who lived locally. He was arrested, and in a tape-recorded interview, he made a statement and was charged with Dawn's murder. But with nothing to link that suspect with the earlier crime, police used, for the first time in criminal history, a complex forensic test known as DNA.
DNA, the introduction of DNA. December '86.
genetic fingerprinting. The results were conclusive, but not what detectives had expected. And 4 weeks ago, they called a press conference.
Those tests which were carried out did not implicate Mr. Buckland in the death of Linda Mann. The results of the tests indicate that a person, as yet unknown, was involved in the deaths of the two girls.
In other words, whoever sexually assaulted Dawn Ashworth was involved in both murders. And unless he's caught quickly, he could endanger someone else. What follows is a reconstruction of Dawn's final afternoon in her home village, Enderby, near Leicester. It's summer holidays, and Dawn is helping out at the village newsagents.
You got my wages?
Yes, there you are. Thanks so much for showing me. Have a nice holiday, and don't forget to send me a postcard.
I won't. Bye.
Okay, bye, love.
Bye.
This week's wages were especially welcome. Dawn and her family were off to Norfolk for their holidays. Dawn was a cheerful, bubbly girl, about to start in 5th form at the local grammar school. At 15, she wasn't yet much involved with boyfriends, but had a school friend whom she planned to see that night.
She had the opportunity, being in the newsagents, to buy every new magazine that was available. And this really was what her money went on, clothes and her look. And she was changing and blossoming, really, from day to day.
That Thursday, Dawn was going to the next village to see her friend. But her parents were also going out, so Dawn agreed to stay behind and look after her younger brother. Since the friend, Sharon, wasn't on the phone, she set off to tell her she wouldn't be free that night.
Bye, Mum. I'll be back by 7.
Dawn was seen on her way at about 4:15.
Hi.
Tony and Leslie were friends from school.
I need to remember this next time we play Time Guesser, because I'd have said 90s.
Dawn was seen on her way at about 4:15.
Mind you, there's 80s, but big denim.
Tony and
these two as well. Kind of look a bit more early 90s.
Leslie were
Ahead of
friends
their
from
time.
school. This is £10 Lane, which goes to Narborough. It's paved and lit at this end. But where it meets the M1, it narrows and eventually peters out into a track. At this point, Dawn had to make a choice. She could go either left across the motorway on the footbridge and go past the radiator works down to a dual carriageway, or straight on and down the track.
I always used to say to her, now, I would hate to think of you coming down here on your own in an evening. And I always used to impress on her, you should always use the footbridge. Always go over the footbridge that way. But, as I say, it is a shortcut, and it was a nice day. And it is a well-used route, there's no doubt about it.
In late July, the lane would have been heavily overgrown with shoulder-high summer foliage. At the end of £10 Lane is King Edward Avenue and Leicester Road, a busy dual carriageway. It's now about 4:25 p.m. Through the hedge, and Dawn would have been straight into Carlton Avenue, where Sharon lived.
Hi, is Sharon there?
Oh, hi, no, she's just gone down to the phone box with Sue.
Oh.
Perhaps you'd like to try Sue's house.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, is Sue and Sharon there?
I'm sorry, love, they're not here. They've probably gone for a walk to the village. Why don't you go and look for them?
All right then. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Mrs. Alsop is the last person we know who spoke to Dawn, though from the kitchen in number 8, Mrs. Walker saw her pass by. It seems Dawn decided not to go searching in the village, but to head straight home. A motorist saw someone who looked like Dawn going back across the dual carriageway towards £10 Lane. The time was now 4:40. From here, it's 15 minutes walk to home. It was a lovely July late afternoon, though there was a shower at about this time. Dawn got within 100 yards of where the track becomes an open pathway. Somehow she was taken off the track, was raped and strangled. Two separate events suggest Dawn died between 5 and 5:30, the time she should have reached her home. Just the far side of the footbridge across the motorway, two men were out in the yard of the radiator works. The sound seemed to come from the direction of 10 Pound Lane. At 5:30, two motorists saw a man run across the road from 10 Pound Lane. They had good reason to remember him. At the top of that embankment is the M1. Tony Painter, it's not often you see someone racing across 6 lanes of a motorway, let alone a dual carriageway.
Certainly not. That youth's actions were strange to say the least. 6 lanes, just short of junction 21 on the M1, which is the turn for Leicester. A pretty distinctive youth, about 20 years of age, late teens at least. He was 5'10", quite athletic to get up that embankment as he did. And has been described by the witnesses.
If anybody saw him at all running across the M1 junction 21, you want them to call you?
Certainly.
Now, there was another guy apparently seen pushing a motorbike on the dual carriageway, not on the B4114.
Yes, this is the dual carriageway that the youth had run across to get to the bridge, and he must have come down the other side of the M1, and we believe that the motorcyclist who was pushing his cycle along the pathway prior to that bridge could possibly have seen the youth when he came off the M1.
Now, as the name implies, Crimewatch UK is a national programme, but to be blunt about it, it does seem quite likely, doesn't it, if not almost certain, that this killer is a local man.
There are certain aspects of both the incidents that would tend to lead to that supposition, yes.
That being the case, there must be husbands who are suspected by their wives. It's a tragic circumstance, but there must be people who have suspicions about sons, about husbands, about cousins.
Yes, we understand that. And my appeal tonight is that the decision to let me know that they suspect a relative is an extremely hard one to make. But we've now had 2 murders in 3 years, and there's a distinct possibility that this man may strike again. And I ask any person who is shielding or suspects that a relative is involved to take that into account and to let me know. I'm sure that probably someone will have suspicions and they may be unfounded, but I wish to assure them that the information they give us will be in the strictest confidence.
Superintendent Painter, thank you very much indeed. If there is anything you can do to help, please ring us right now. The number in London is 01811 8055. That's 01811 8055. Or you can ring the incident room at any treatment and was charged with Dawn's murder. And a suspicion fell upon a 7-year-old.
Come forward.
Was 3 years the Black Pad murder after Black Pad Lane, where the body was found. The victim was Linda Mann, and her mother made a prophetic appeal. Far from where Linda had been strangled, Dawn Ashworth died.
Dawn Ashworth. Colin fucking Pitchfork. How did I forget this one? He's one of 4 scouts chosen in Leicestershire to go to the 14th World Scout Jamboree in Norway, amongst 1,600 scouts from the UK. Molly Pitchfork, his mother, was the group scout leader. Pitchfork had briefly joined the Venture Scout unit run by his mother, but his increasing collection of sexual convictions became incompatible with remaining in the unit. Married a social worker in 81, moved to the Leicestershire village of Littlethorpe. Before his marriage, Pitchfork had been convicted of indecent exposure and had been referred for therapy to the Carlton Hayes Hospital. Sculpture of cake decorations. In October 77, fuck me, they said late teens. 87, born in 60. He was in his late fucking 20s. Well, to be fair, they said minimum late teens. In October 77, he was fined 30 quid by Market Bosworth magistrates for exposing himself to a schoolgirl when he was 17. In 79, he forced a 16-year-old girl into a field and sexually assaulted her. In 80, when aged 20, he exposed himself to 2 teenage girls in Earl Shilton, was given a year's probation. In 83, 15-year-old Linda Mann took a shortcut on her way home from babysitting. She did not return. The Black Pad murder. Using forensic science, police linked a semen sample taken from a body to a person with type A blood and an enzyme profile that matched only 10% of males. In October 85, he sexually assaulted another 16-year-old girl, threatening her with a screwdriver and a knife. Liz Knight was picked up by a Pitchfork in 86, driven for 40 minutes. When she grabbed the steering wheel, Pitchfork's demeanour suddenly changed. He decided to drive her to her house and not attack her. Pitchfork put his hand on her knee, saying, "I haven't hurt you yet." Pitchfork dropped Knight at her house, asking, "How about a good night kiss?" which she refused. Pitchfork said, "I bet you would never accept a lift from a stranger again. I bet she never fucking has, mate." 86, Dawn Ashworth, who we just watched. She'd been beaten, savagely raped and strangled. The MO matched that of the first attack, and semen samples reveal the same blood type. Right, so they haven't got the actual DNA thing fully going yet. Initial suspect was Richard Buckland, a local 17-year-old with learning difficulties. It's always the fucking learning difficulties ones that they go for. And basically force confessions from them. Innocent of both murders, he revealed knowledge of Ashworth's body and admitted to the Ashworth crime under questioning. In 87, police asked every local male between the ages of 16 and 34 to give voluntary blood samples for DNA testing. By the end of January, 1,000 men had been tested. Men who declined found themselves under scrutiny by police. In 88, one of Pitchfork's colleagues at the bakery was overheard in a Leicester pub discussing how he had provided a blood sample on Pitchfork's behalf by using a fake passport to masquerade as Pitchfork. He had agreed to do this in exchange for 200 quid and took the test in 87. Brother! Ian Calley, mate. Now listen, you probably weren't to know, but what a fucking stupid thing to do. Another work colleague also mentioned that they had likewise been approached to take the DNA test for Pitchfork. The conversation during the lunchtime of Saturday 87 was overheard by other bakery colleagues, and 28-year-old Jackie Foggan of Fleckney reported it to the police, but not until the 18th of September. This vital tip-off was later credited with enabling Pitchfork's capture. Pitchfork had told Calley that he wanted to avoid being harassed by police because of his prior convictions for indecent exposure. Calley was arrested at 31 Stewart Street in Leicester and later received... Okay, he got fucking 18 months in Bird for doing the fake DNA thing. In 87, September, Pitchfork was arrested. Pitchfork's wife tried to attack him when he told her that he'd killed 2 girls. During questioning, Pitchfork admitted to exposing himself to more than 1,000 women. Excuse me. A compulsion that had begun in his early teens. He later progressed to sexual assault and then to strangling his victims. Pitchfork said this was in order to protect his identity. Investigators rejected this, viewing the motivation for the strangulations as perverted sadism. During his interviews with the police, he admitted his crimes, but lied about the level and nature of the violence that he had inflicted on his victims. At his trial in 1988, he pleaded guilty to the 2 rapes and murders, in addition to sexual assault of 2 other girls, conspiring to pervert the course of justice. Life imprisonment for the 2 murders, 10 years for raping the victims, 3 years for each count of sexual assault, 3 years for blah blah blah. Secretary of State set a minimum term of 30 years. In 2009, Pitchfork's minimum term sentence was reduced on appeal to 28. Parole reviews, last one, 2018, was refused release on license. Wait a minute. 2017, Pitchfork was seen walking around Bristol, so it was assumed that he had been moved to HM Prison Leyhill in Gloucestershire. Eligible for further than 2 years, Lindsay said the board had, quote, listened to us before the murderer. 2017, it emerged Pitchfork would be released from open prison on unsupervised days out. 2021, release and recall. Pitchfork was granted release on conditional license. It's released on September 21. In November 2021, he was recalled to prison for breaching his license conditions by approaching young women while on walks from his bail hostel. The second victim's mother, Barbara Ashworth, told BBC News that she was pleased he'd been put away and women and girls are safe, protected from him now. 2023 consideration for release. The decision was widely criticised. The Lord Chancellor in 2023 intervened in order that the board reconsider their decision. After a huge public outcry, his parole was denied. 2025 review. In October 2025, just 4 months ago, the parole board turned down Pitchfork's parole application again, also refused permission for him to be moved to an open prison. So he's still banged up. In April 2009, a sculpture that Pitchfork had created in prison and which was exhibited at the Royal Festival Hall, bringing the music to life, depicted an orchestra and choir. The sculpture was exhibited as part of a venture by the Cussler Trust, having been purchased by the festival for £600. Following outrage in the media and from victim advocate groups, it was removed from display. Who the fuck are the Cussler Group? Charity that helps ex-offenders. Secure patients and detainees in the UK to express themselves creatively. Okay. Alright. He's still inside.
In broadly similar circumstances.
Personally, I've lost a very good friend, and that's what I'd brought her up to be, so that she could come to me with anything.
Incident desk when a fraud case dogs who've been killed.
First news from last month. £36,000 worth of travellers' cheques were stolen in Hartlepool and cashed at banks from London to Glasgow. Following calls to the programme, a man has been arrested in Liverpool. We're still anxious to identify this man, though. We think he comes from Merseyside, but he might be anywhere in Britain. Rain, with a speedboat similar to one stolen from near Aberdeen. Well, it was worth it. 6 days after the programme, a viewer found the boat in woods near Blaydon, as in the races. It's now back with its owner in Scotland, who's delighted. He's just hoping the trailer and engine turn up soon so that he can actually use the boat again.
Our first case this month is a murder in North London. Thomas Walker, who's 61, lived alone in Holloway. On Tuesday, September the 9th, someone got into his home, beat him up and tied him to a chair with lamp flicks. As a result, Mr. Walker died of a heart attack. That afternoon, a neighbour saw a man talking to Mr. Walker on his doorstep. He was in his early 20s, stocky and with brown hair, and he's never been traced.
I am pooped.
The other clue comes from this lamp. Forensic experts took a photograph of a shoe print from the base of it. We now know that that print is from a size 6.5 high-tech Gold League squash shoe, and it was a fairly new one. Now, High-Tech sell thousands of these a year, But one of their wholesale outlets, South Sun and Whitcomb in North Down Street, is just at the bottom of Caledonian Road, where Mr. Walker lived. Detectives believe that there's just a chance that the killer may have bought his shoes direct from that warehouse, because since August they have sold just 10 pairs direct to the public, and 3 of them were size 6.5. It's a long shot, but if we could trace the 10 people who bought Gold League squash shoes from South Sun and Whitcomb, it could be crucial.
Next, a massive series of cheque frauds which have lasted 5 years, covered 7 counties and cost the banks and indirectly their customers £1.5 million. Already 33 people have been charged in connection with some of these offences. Since 1981, more than 800 cheque cards have been stolen, mainly in the southern counties and often at popular beauty spots such as Beachy Head, the South Downs and Windsor Great Park. The thefts have often been in car parks and from cars where there's a handbag or case visible. The cheques were generally cashed in small shops in London. As part of this operation and the inquiry into a number of other serious offences, we'd like to speak to this man. He's Paul Cassidy. This was taken on a recent holiday on the Costa del Sol. He uses a variety of surnames, including Wilson, Wigley, Goddard, Lowe and Edwards, and this is him in a London hotel. Paul Cassidy is dangerous. If you see him, don't approach him, and if you know where he is, ring us now.
And a miserable crime next. 2 weeks ago, a caravan was stolen from outside this house in Aylesbury. The caravan belonged to Barry and Adele Crane, who are both permanently confined to wheelchairs. Caravanning was the only way they could take a holiday alone. Over the last 10 years, they've been all over the country and abroad to France and Belgium. The caravan that's been stolen was a new one, an Award TriStar. It's cream with blue coach lines and bubble windows. There's a chassis number. And it had a couple of unusual features, since the Cranes made special alterations. The door had been made wider, and they'd converted the inside to take a wheelchair. The Cranes told us that with 2 years of repayments still to go, they now won't be able to get away in 1987 or 1988. We found that speedboat last month, so give us a call if you have any ideas about the caravan.
Finally, an unusual but growing crime. For some years now, there's been evidence that top show dogs are being stolen and shipped abroad. The specialist press has had some reports of a trade in show dogs to countries as far as Singapore and West Africa, and it seems some of them may well have been stolen. The thefts seem to fall into 2 categories. Guard dogs have been a particular target. This top-bred Rottweiler, K. Syrah Dark Harry, was stolen from Hertfordshire, but he was taken 2 months ago now, and the chances of finding him must be slim. But there was a theft of some show dogs, the other main victims, just 2 days ago. These gorgeous Saluki puppies are just 6 weeks old, and on Tuesday, 5 out of a litter of 7 were taken from their kennel. The owners, Mr. and Mrs. Copperthwaite from Hampshire, this is them with the puppy's grandfather, had fed them at 8 p.m, and by 9 they'd been removed. This sweater was dropped outside their house. It has scorch marks on it, and we're sure it was dropped by the thieves. And a final point of appeal. These 2 were left behind. Cheeky little things, aren't they? If you've seen their brothers and sisters, do give us a ring.
The number to call if you can help is 018118055. That's 018118055.
Our next reconstruction is not the sort of crime that makes front-page news, but it's greatly distressed and upset a lot of elderly people across the home counties and in the Midlands and in the West Country. Over the past 3 years now, more than 120 people have been persuaded to part with their pension books on their doorsteps by 2 very plausible bogus Social Security officials. The pair arrived in Bristol towards the end of last summer. Saturday the 30th of August, the public library in the St George area of Bristol.
Hello. I wonder if you can help me. Yes, I'd like to look at your voting lists, please.
Yes, which one do you want?
I was thinking of the area down towards this way.
To the librarian, there was nothing suspicious about the young woman. Voting lists are often asked for by market researchers and mail-order companies. They show the names of householders street by street.
Look, goes straight from there to there.
But after she left, librarians found several pages had been torn out.
Is it just one page? Sure. No, it's more than 2.
The next Monday, September the 1st, less than a mile from the library, is Bruce Road. At 9 o'clock, a middle-aged woman called at a house there.
Good morning, Mrs. Green. I'm from your social service office. It's about your pension. It appears you're going to get a little bit extra.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yes, it's on the heating allowance, but I'll need your book.
Oh, would you like to come in?
No, I won't come in. As a matter of fact, my children have got the flu and I wouldn't like to pass any germs on to you. Thanks very much. I'll take this down to the office. You should get it back tomorrow, but anyhow, Wednesday at the latest. All right?
Yes.
Goodbye.
20 minutes later, a few streets away.
Good morning, Mrs. Wilson. I'm from the Social Security. It's about your pension. You're going to get a bit extra. It's on the heating allowance, £1.11.
Oh, that's good then.
But I'll need your book.
Must you?
Oh, yes, I'm afraid so.
I think you'd better come in then.
No, I won't come in, thank you very much. I'm just getting over a touch of bronchitis. I wouldn't want to give you a germ, would I?
Vera Popel in Heath Street was another victim, and there were two more that morning. DHSS investigators now believe the Bristol offences were by two women who'd been operating together for over 2 years. They started in London. In 1984, there were 48 identical incidents. Then, in 1985, they moved further afield, 26 more as far as Peterborough and Reading. And this year, another 46 cases from Coventry and the Midlands down to the south coast. And now it seems the same two women are trying another, more shocking method. This is Colchester General Hospital in Essex in August.
Good morning, Mrs. Adams.
Good morning.
I'm your social worker.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, Dr. Elliot asked me to call in and see you to see if there was anything you wanted.
Well, I could do with a clean nightie and perhaps another vest, if you would.
Yes. I shall need your keys.
Oh, would you mind passing my...
I'd fucking gone. I was dreaming someone came in, they were playing another game similar to what I was playing, and they were trying to talk to me in chat. That woke me up. Fuck me.
It was dropped
right.
outside there. You to call 8
front pages and in 20 bogus social security officials. The pair arrived in Bristol towards the end of last summer. Saturday the 30th of August, the public library in the St George area of Bristol.
Hello. I wonder if you can help me. Yes, I'd like to look at your voting lists, please.
Yes, which one do you want?
I was thinking of the area down towards this way.
To the librarian, there was nothing suspicious about the young woman. Voting lists are often asked for by market researchers and mail order companies. They show the names of householders street by street.
Look, goes straight from there to there.
But after she left, librarians found several pages had been torn out.
Is it just one page? No, it's more than two.
The next Monday, September the 1st, less than a mile from the library, is Bruce Road. At 9 o'clock, a middle-aged woman called at a house there.
Good morning, Mrs. Green. I'm from your social service office. It's about your pension.
You're going to be getting £5
It appears
extra.
you're going to get a little bit extra.
Remember this.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yes, it's on the heating allowance.
I
But
need
I'll
your
need your
book.
book.
Oh, would you like to come in?
No, I won't come in. As a matter of fact, my children have got the flu and I wouldn't like to pass any germs on to you.
She takes one off somebody in an hospital bed, remember.
Thanks very much. I'll take this down to the office. You should get it back tomorrow, but anyhow, Wednesday at the latest.
Effie.
All right.
Yes.
Goodbye.
20 minutes later, a few
How you
streets
doing, mate?
away.
Good morning,
How
Mrs.
you doing,
Wilson.
mate?
I'm from the Social Security. It's about your pension. You're going to get a bit extra. It's on the heating allowance, £1.11.
Yeah, man, I'm falling asleep. I've just fallen asleep there.
But I'll need...
So I'm in bed after this one. I don't know how long I was zonked out for. Oh, how? What? Regular backups, man. Regular backups. Yeah, man. I'm falling asleep. I've just fallen.
With a speedboat similar to one stolen from near Aberdeen. Well, it was worth it. 6 days after the programme, a viewer found the boat in woods near Blaydon, as in the races. It's now back with its owner in the boat again.
61 beat him up. That is stocking slam. Now know that, and it was a fairly new one. Now high-tech lived.
Remember seeing them
Detectives
shoes?
believe that there's just a chance that they have sold just. It's a long shot, but if we could be
covered 7 counties and cost the banks and indirectly their customers £1.5 million. Already 33 people have been charged in connection with some of these offences. Since 1981, more than...
It's complicated, but it was some fuckery. Oh, you mean as you were making it, not like just... I know, I'm pretty much gone.
800 cheque cards have been stolen, mainly in the southern counties.
I want to see myself wake up.
Beauty spots,
I had a little dream that I got raided.
Downs and
that someone came in that had been playing a game similar to mine, and it woke me up.
Windsor Great Park. The thefts have often been in car parks and from cars where there's a handbag or case visible. The cheques were generally cashed in small shops in London. As part of this operation and the inquiry into a number of other serious offences, we'd like to speak to this man. He's Paul Cassidy. This was taken on a recent holiday on the Costa del Sol. He uses a variety of surnames, including Wilson, Wigley, Goddard, Lowe, and a variety of surnames, including Wilson. Paul Cassidy is Dane now.
And a miserable crime next. 2 weeks ago, a caravan was stolen from outside this permanently confined to wheelchairs. Caravan and abroad to France and Belgium. It's cream with blue coach lines and bubble windows. There's a chassis number. And it had a couple of unusual features. And they'd converted
the heads dropping.
As a chassis number. And it had a couple of unusual features since the cranes made special alterations. The door had been made wider. And they'd converted the inside to take a wheelchair. The cranes told us that with 2 years of repayment days,
You fucker.
we found that speedboat.
That would have woke me up.
So give us a call if you have any ideas about the caravan.
Not as bad tonight because I've got these on over the hood. I had my earbuds on last night. It was fucking loud as fuck.
Finally, an unusual but growing crime. For some years now, there's been some reports of a trade in show dogs to country stolen.
Yeah, look, the head keeps going a bit lower.
There it goes. Guard dogs have been a particular target. This top-bred Rottweiler, K. Syrah Dark Harry, was stolen from Hertfordshire. But he was taken 2 months ago now, and the chances of finding him must be slow. These gorgeous Saluki puppies are just 6 weeks. The owners, Mr. and Mrs. Copperthwaite from Hampshire, this is them with the puppy's grandfather, had fed them at 8 p.m.
I had like
By
5
9,
hours sleep.
They'd been removed. This sweater was dropped outside their house. It has scorch marks on it, and we're sure it was dropped by the thieves. And a final point of appeal. These two were left behind.
The number to call if you can help is 0181180.
Yeah,
Our next
gone.
reconstruction is not the
Because
sort
I
of
woke up
crime
with this
that
woman
makes
by
home
the door.
counties and in the Midlands and in the West Country. Books on their doorsteps by 2 very plausible bogus social security officials. The pair arrived in Bristol towards the end of last public library in the St George.
Look at your voting lists.
Arian, there was nothing suspicious about the young woman. Voting lists are often street by street.
This woman at the door now.
Left,
No, past this
librarians
bit.
found a mile from the line. A middle-aged woman
Here,
called at a
somewhere
house
here I
there.
woke up.
Good morning, Mrs. Green. I'm from your social service office. It's about your pension. It appears you're going to get a little bit extra.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yes, it's on the heating allowance, but I'll need your book.
Would you like to come in?
No, I won't come in. As a matter of fact, my children have got the flu, and I wouldn't like to pass any germs on to you. Thanks very much. I'll take this down to the office. You should get it back tomorrow, but anyhow, Wednesday at the latest. All right.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Zonked.
20 minutes later, a few streets away.
Good morning, Mrs. Wilson. I'm from the Social Security. It's about your pension. You're going to get a bit extra. It's on the heating allowance, £1.11.
Oh, that's good then.
But I'll need your book.
Must you?
When did I
yes,
fucking
I'm
wake
afraid
up?
so.
I think you better come in then.
No, I won't come in, thank you very much. I'm just getting over a touch of bronchitis. I wouldn't want to give you a germ, would I?
Vera Popel in Heath Street was another victim, and there were 2 more that morning. DHSS investigators now believe the Bristol offences were by 2 women who'd been operating together for over 2 years. They started in London. In 1984, further afield,
Fucking hell.
26 cases
I thought I
from
woke up before
Coventry.
this.
2 women are tried in Essex in August.
Oh, well, the vest.
Oh, there I am.
I could do with a clean nightie and perhaps another vest, if you would.
Yes. I shall need your keys.
Oh, would you mind passing my...
I'd fucking gone. I was dreaming someone came in, they were playing another game similar to what I was playing, and they were trying to talk to me in chat. That woke me up. Fucking
It was
idiot.
dropped
Right.
outside there. Give it a call. 8
front pages.
Fucking idiot, man.
Need your book.
Oh, we just
Must
watched
you?
that now.
6 weeks money there. You have to fill up a
get on
form.
the
Yeah,
last
the change of
case.
address form. Yes, I've got that here.
Itself. Detectives on the case. Some of
Yeah,
whom are here
just
tonight.
I didn't get to sleep till about 9, and then I was up by 2:30, I think. So 10, 11, 12, 1. Yeah, I had about 5 hours sleep. And then tonight I started stream playing this fucking a game with a lot of reading in it, and taking pictures and listening to music. Really slow paced game, and that sort of was making me tired just playing it. I really like it though. It's a really cool little game. So I thought I'd knock that off a bit early after a couple of hours. I thought I'd just watch a couple of episodes of Crimewatch, but I didn't expect to fall asleep. But yeah, we'll just finish
Hope
this
that
off.
other
do
villains
Wordle
will help
connections.
identify the gang. The robbery was on a Tuesday.
Yeah, you've seen that before. Season, A Letter from the Future. I'm really enjoying it. It's nice, man. I've not really played anything like it. I like how you can do this bit here. You can like make your own scrapbooks up in that. It's really nice. It's a proper chill game. Driving around on a little bike, taking photos of stuff, and
until
finding sound
Mila
cues to sort of reveal the story and your internal character and stuff. Scrapbooks, mate. Fucking scrapbooks. Yeah, I'm enjoying
all the way
it.
back and get it.
It's a little name. Don't look great there in the dark on YouTube.
Tuesday, exactly 1 calendar month ago, Tuesday the 18th of November. But our reconstruction begins 1 month before that. It's in the Hyde area of Manchester.
Every hour, Iffy, save your progress on your game, put it to one side, and then start on the saved copy. So you've always got that backup there, man, in case you fuck something up.
Tuesday, October the 21st, Hyde Town Hall. The public corridor there overlooks
Set a
the
little
Royal
alarm.
Bank of Scotland in Corporation Street.
Just have a little countdown on a
witness
beeper.
vividly
So
remembers
every time
2
it finishes,
men
bang, I'll
loitering
save
there.
that. Right, so set it off again.
It's about 10:45 in the morning.
Bro, you'll get one from fucking Poundland. Probably got one in your kitchen for like eggs or whatever, I don't know. Just get something like this. £4. There you go. Kitchen timer. Just grab one of them right now. Order it right now before you forget. It'll be there in 2 days. Sit it on your fucking front of your monitor. Press the button. Hour goes beep, 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 beep. Time to save. Press the button. Hour goes beep, beep. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Okay. No, I'm worrying. Get locked in for like 7 hours. Yeah, we just said you got 7 hours without noticing. You need to notice.
The whole thing got corrupted.
Right. But can't you, like... Just... This is the game you're working on. Can't you just back it up here and then carry on working on this one? And then just back it up here and then carry on working on the original, and then just back it up there.
To copy all my files, and I'll do that each night.
Yeah, not each night, because then you might waste a whole night. Do it every hour. Be safe. Be prepared, like a Boy Scout.
Yep, I've done that before, but it had been a week.
Okay.
4 weeks later, Tuesday the 18th.
Not doing that every... Why is it hard? Does it take a long time? Surely it's just... Maybe it takes a long time, I don't know. I was thinking it might take 1 minute or something.
Of November. Detectives have pieced together 3
Don't
events
do it
that
then,
morning,
when you lose 7
each
hours.
of which was very slightly unusual.
Don't come crying to me. Would you stop playing the game? Well, no, because most get... Yeah, if it didn't have autosave. Fucking damn right I would.
That's fucking exhausting.
Is it? I don't know. I don't know what's involved in saving it. Maybe it's a lot of work. I would have thought it was right click, copy, click again, done. But I've got no idea what you have to do it, so... But yeah, man, back in the day, before we had like autosaves and that, I'd be saving my game on tape all the time.
This was 11:25.
Not as exhausting as having to do it all a bloody again if you do fuck it up, right?
In Corporation Street, a couple of
But
hundred
anyway,
yards
I'm
down
just
from
being...
the bank.
Maybe I'm being too cautious. Just don't come fucking crying to me when you're...
This was a few minutes later in Water Street, where there's another entrance to the town hall.
How's it coming on anyway?
And finally, about a mile away, here in Raglan Street, between 10:40 and 11:40, at least 5 witnesses saw a motorcyclist. He seemed to be keeping an eye on 2 cars. It's 11:30.
I can't even be arsed with this. Yeah. Oh, it's a Lollipop Man. We will watch it.
The boxes of notes contain £25,000 each.
Sam Raban, how you doing, man?
This man, Stephen Campbell, who's a builder, tried to keep up with the van to get the registration number.
Glad to hear it.
What seemed to be a gun brandished at him slowed Mr. Campbell down. And another lorry found itself unwittingly involved. But the gang was prepared to prevent anyone following them. Adamson's industrial estate. At the back of the yard, there's a bridge over the canal and a way out to Raglan Street, but it's only wide enough for one vehicle.
Move it! Move your lorry! Move it! Come on, get out! Fit! Move your... Back! Come on, get it out! Back! Come on!
ODB, old dirty bastard.
This is Hyde in Manchester, Tuesday.
Right. I need me fucking bed, man. I need me fucking bed, man. Bow, bow. Roman's got a system and a 3-word trick, but tonight he's ditching the yeast of the prick. He used to open with prick, that cheeky chap, and yes, that never sat right in his lap. But something in him changed with a wink and a grin. He's up the mountain like years, let the jazz begin. Thought I was gonna go green. Okay. Mogul. Nice easy one tonight. Connections. Foghorn Leghorn, Bantam. These are both due with cockerels, I think. Crested as well, maybe.
16 words on the glowing screen.
Are these all chickens?
Or a cryptic dream. Romans cool,
Chicken descriptors. Curl, crimp, feather, tease, things you do to hair. Retro hair directives. Bad, sour, no, bad, rad, fly, and heavy. Ways to say, oh no, wicked's there. Yeah, bad, that's rad. Yo, not heavy, wicked. Ways to say cool in the 80s.
Nice.
Shaving, heavy, topical, and sour.
Dino machine is on fire tonight.
Cream.
My organs are conductors.
Fucking hell, nailed it, mate. Half asleep, lost in a dusty house. That was last night, so we've not got one yet. I'm going off that early. We don't have a new one. Gotta wait for a bit.
Spirit bullshit, Roman grins wide, guide.
Yeah, I'm going myself, mate. I'm done. I will do, mate. Good night, brother. Love to Mama Toad. Love to Gabby, Millie, Bo, and love to you. I'll see you next time. Bye, Samraban. Oh, how do Arsenal play tomorrow? I might do a double tomorrow if I get enough sleep. BBC Football. What time do we play? We play at 8 o'clock. So the late one will be about 10ish. So I might do a stream before that in the afternoon. But fierce and wild at the gates.
A gentle child of future fate. We can't contain the roaming soul. We can't control what we've begun to know. Eyes that glow with learning's fire. It mimics, grows, and climbs still higher. We hold it close in human hands, yet wonder if it understands. Whispered algorithms sing in the hush of midnight's wing. We cradle it close, though we know in our hearts what we've built may drift apart. The tiger in the cradle, small but fierce and wild. child, our future fate. We can't contain the roaming soul. We can't.
Adios amigos, au revoir mes amis, arrivederci miei amici, a wiedersehen mein Freund, sayonara, da widzenia za Gian, alvidadui, lock and notch, good night, good night, I love you a long time, I'll see you next time, take care of yourselves, but more importantly, take care of each other. Namaste. Hi. A child of code, a force unseen, a whisper of what might have been. The tiger in the cradle, growing so fast, so strong. In a world of knowledge, ancient songs, we hope it finds where it belongs. We cradle it close, though we know in our hearts one day it must roam, one day we must part. But that day is not today. Thanks for joining us. Take care. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your week if I don't see you. And if I do see you, we'll have a wonderful rest of the week together. Good night. Love you. Night. Love you. Bye.